In the words of Phil Bredesen, the future of a nation depends on our ability to produce food and fiber to sustain the world. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly my pleasure to welcome you to the H&L Agro Irish Potato Launch and Crop Care webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michelle Williams, and I will be your moderator this morning. I trust you are all doing well and are continuing to observe the protocols as the country and the world continues the quest to flatten the COVID-19 curve. The program today will be conducted in two parts. First, we will have the launch of the two new varieties, which will be followed by the Crop Care webinar. On the program for the launch this morning, we have Mrs. Olive Downer-Walsh, Deputy CEO of Hardware and Lumber Limited, with the welcome and opening remarks. Next, we will have Mr. Enrico Bertolin, Export Manager, HZPC, all the way from Holland to bring us greetings. He will be followed by this Vice President, Jamaica Agricultural Society, Mr. Dental Alvaranga. And then we'll also have greetings from Mr. Winston Shaw, Senior Director for Technology Training and Technical Information from RADA. We will then view a short video presentation on the Irish potato varieties being launched today. An overview of the varieties will be done by Ms. Odine Bradshaw, Market and Business Development Manager, H&L Agro. Following Ms. Bradshaw, we will be hearing a testimonial from Mr. Cyril Chambers, a seasoned Irish potato farmer and past H&L family member. He will be followed by Mrs. Georgia Mullings, Plant Operations Manager, Hardware and Lumber, who will be introducing our guest speaker for the morning. The next voice you will hear following Mrs. Mullings will be that of our guest speaker, Mr. Michael Price, Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. We will then hear once more from Mrs. Downer-Walsh as she will bring the closing remarks. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome Mrs. Olive Downer-Walsh with the opening remarks. Mrs. Downer-Walsh.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. To our distinguished guest speaker, Mr. Michael Price, or the Chief Technical Director of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, Mr. Enrico Bertolin, Export Manager from HZPC in Holland, Mr. Winston Shaw, Senior Director of Technology, Training and Technical Information, Mr. Denton Alvaranga, Vice President of the Jamaica Agricultural Society, other representatives of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, RADA, JAS, and other stakeholder groups, our valued farmers, our Syngenta and Due West partners in Central America, distinguished ladies and gentlemen all, a pleasant good morning to you all. On behalf of the Hardware and Lumber family, it gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a warm welcome and express a gratitude to you for taking the time to join us at today's product launch, where we will launch two new varieties of Irish potato, and we will go into crop care webinar. As a nation, we continue on a path to ensure Jamaica's food and nutrition security and safety. These we know are critical aspects of continuing the contribution to the economy and the health and well-being of all. And one of the realities I'm sure you will agree with me on, that we have experienced in this pandemic, the reality being reinforced of the need for us to have consistent focus and priority in terms of our resilience to agriculture and focus on food security. At Hardware and Lumber Limited, through our H&L Agro business unit, we have been and continue to be proud of our leadership position in partnership with the various stakeholder groups, the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, Rural Agricultural Development Authority, Jamaica Agricultural Society, the regulatory entities, the Pesticide Control Authority, and all our renowned suppliers of premium products across the globe and all other stakeholders. These partnerships are important to us because even though we are leaders in market, we cannot do it on our own. So together we all achieve more, and we are very proud that we have equipped our team at Hardware and Lumber in the H&L Agro division with technically competent team that continues to provide best-in-class solutions to all of our farmers in the industry and other stakeholders. The partnerships with our suppliers allow us to continue on a path of transformation in the agricultural sector for enhancement of production and productivity. These partners are strategic. It's a commitment that impacts all aspects of agricultural production: land preparation, selection of planting materials, crop production, crop care, right to the end user. The solutions are all provided. Now, throughout this journey as a leader, we have been and remain committed. Mr. Chief Technical Director, Mr. Price, be assured we remain committed to working closely with the government, embracing the strategic plan, and ensure that we provide the solutions to support the areas of growth as stipulated by the government and the needs of our farmers. Now, Irish potato is a very interesting crop. One of those crops that I would have been exposed to personally in the early part of my professional career, and that's many years ago. Now, the government has emphasized the need for us to have self-sufficiency in this crop, and rightly so. We have a significant food import bill, and we will and we must continue to work towards reducing that significantly. So we have been serving the industry, and particularly the Irish potato segment of our industry, for several years, in fact, decades. Our moderator mentioned a farmer who will speak to us later, Mr. Cyril Chambers. And I dare say, from my experience, he's one of the most knowledgeable technocrats and farmers you could find in Irish potato. And through this journey, what we have done, we have invested in support of our farmers and the government's mission for potato. Many years ago, we invested in going into communities that were non-traditional potato growing areas. And Cyril Chambers, thank you, sir. You would have supported us along with Howard in those demonstration plants. And what it did was to inspire, encourage, and resulted in farmers adopting that product, that produce, as one of the crops that they would have embraced. And we therefore experienced the expanded acreage under potato production. And that year in particular, we could say we were amongst the leaders that supported the government with the 85% self-sufficiency for that particular area. It doesn't stop there. For us in H&L Agro, it's not just about getting best-in-class products out there. It's about the partnership to ensure that our farmers get the optimum out of whatever they provide to market. So in Irish potato, we would have seen a number of varieties in market. And we know up to today that Spunter remains the #1 producing variety in Jamaica, well accepted by our farmers and our consumers. We will continue to offer our farmers those excellent quality in Spunter. But just as we have done with the rest of the industry, especially in the vegetable sector, where we work with our partners to continue to offer our Jamaican farmers premium products available worldwide. HZPC has afforded us the opportunity to explore and to evaluate, and we're very proud of what you will hear more about on the program today of adding to the Spunter that we are very confident is still of the extremely high standard, but we are very proud we're able to add to it. We could name a long list of world-renowned partners we work with, but just some I mention: Syngenta, Bayer with the Seminis brand of vegetable seeds. We have our Due West, Taki, and HZPC, whom we get our potato seeds from. We're very proud of the development we have seen across the nation through our support and collaboration with government and the resilience of our farmers. Our journey has afforded us the opportunity to continue bringing quality products to market. We can't just talk the talk, but we have to deliver. We have to contribute. We have to collaborate so that our farmers will get the best. And we continue to provide the stewardship, the care, the information, so you get the optimum out of it. Yes, we are a trading company, so we are in business to sell, but we are a people business. It's about our people, the development, the empowerment, the experience, and the profitability that we get from this farming community. And because of that, our success at Hardware and Lumber in serving the Jamaican economy, which we do through 2 segments, our H&L Rapid True Value, which provides solutions for the construction and home improvement segment, and our H&L Agro business unit, through which we provide quality products and technical service, continues to drive the contribution in this economy. We've done that over 92 years, not just by selling, but by being true partners in ensuring that we give quality products and technical support to enhance productivity and profitability for our farmers. We're very pleased with you having responded to our invitation for this product launch and webinar, and I encourage everyone to stay tuned, because as always, we have a very informative lineup of presentations for you, and we look forward to everyone continuing to maintain observation of the protocols for those of us in Jamaica on this forum and those we encounter and those that have joined us from the different countries across the globe. We encourage you to continue to observe the COVID-19 protocols. We will come out together on the other end, at the end of it, stronger, smarter, and even more efficient. I thank you very much for your attention. Please continue to listen for the rest of the program. Thank you. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Mrs. Donna Walsh, for your words and your reminder on the commitment of H&L Agro and by extension Hardware and Lumber to the agriculture sector. We now invite Mr. Enrico Bertolin, Export Manager HZPC, to bring us greetings all the way from Holland. Enrico.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Michelle. And thank you very much, Ms. Downer Walsh, for the nice introduction. I'm very glad to take part in this meeting. And as Mr. Walsh was saying, variety innovation is so important for agricultural development. And we are glad that in a country where 98% of the market is spunta, we are managing to introduce newer varieties. There are have just recently been released, actually, also in other parts of the world, and we're sure they're going to be very successful also on your island. So yeah, greetings from all the team here in Holland, and I'm very interested to see how all the points you're going to bring up later. Also on the agronomy side of it, I saw some reports on the testing that has been performed last season on these new varieties, Memphis and Primavera. And I'm also curious to see the response of the market for a red skin variety as Memphis is. And yeah, we will see.
Thank you, Mr. Bertolin. And we at Hardware and Lumber, we look forward to the continued partnership as we bring new and innovative varieties to the market and strengthen our food security net. I now invite Mr. Denton Alvarenga, Vice President of the Jamaica Agricultural Society, to bring us greetings.
Thank you very much. Moderator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, farmers, stakeholders, the media, very good morning to you all. The JAS, on behalf of the over 220,000 farmers of Jamaica, is honored to be invited to join with H&L Agro in this workshop, and to know that your company values the contribution that we are making towards strengthening Jamaica's food security and increasing our productivity in agriculture. There are two key words associated with the JS, and these are sponsors and partners. And indeed, H&L Agro has been fantastic in both respects, as demonstrated by your support in Denby and other shows that are related to the JS. When the Eat Jamaican campaign was launched in 2003, it was geared towards reducing our national food import bill, which stood at just over $1 billion annually, and also the strengthening of our national food security by producing locally more of the food that we consume. One such crop targeted was Irish potato. And today, I must say that over 90% of the fresh Irish potato that we consume in Jamaica is produced by our local farmers. The bedrock on which the food security of any country is built, in my view, is a secure seed production and planting material program. It is in this light, therefore, that we salute H&L Agro for ensuring that we have high quality planting material in adequate amounts at the right time, the right place, and at the right price. We all know that Irish potato can be a very difficult and expensive crop to produce. And so We are very happy for this workshop here today, where technical information on crop care and management will be disseminated to benefit our farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, these are my greetings from the JAS on behalf of our farmers. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarenga, for your greetings. We too are pleased to be able to bring to the stakeholders this webinar today. I would now like to invite Mr. Winston Shaw to bring greetings on behalf of RADA. Mr. Shaw?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I am excited this morning to be a part of this wonderful workshop. It's always a privilege for me to be addressing farmers, our general public on a whole, where it concerns agriculture, which is such an important part of the Jamaican economy. So this morning, I bring greetings on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Peter Thompson, from RADA and all the management and staff of the Rural Agricultural Development Authority. RADA is the chief extension agency under the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, where we provide support to our farmers through current and leading technology, strengthening the capacity of our farmers so that they will have the ability to improve production and productivity, which in turn will strengthen or ensure food security for our nation. The main aim, or some of the main objectives of our parent ministry and RADA, is to be self-sufficient in our food supply. You know, we have learned so much since this COVID pandemic, how important it is to have your own basket filled from your own fields, because suddenly importation was cut. You know, the regular transshipment that we would enjoy was retarded due to this pandemic. Another important part of our aim is to improve the livelihood of our local farmers and farming community. You know, right now, I think the entire island is, excuse me, probably blanketed with rain. But one profession for sure is ongoing, and that is our farming community. Many farmers right now, as we speak, they are out there in the rain, you know, whether they are trying to harvest some crops, cut trenches to prevent destruction of what they have, moving animals, or even water harvesting. But there is some activity taking place in our farming communities. This morning in particular, we are here to look at two new varieties of Irish potato. And I want to just make some emphasis that our farming sector, our agricultural sector, is undergoing some challenges. Some of the constant challenges is financing, the availability of adequate finance, access to proper tools and equipment for our farmers. And of course, we cannot omit the climate variability. 220,000 of our registered farmers here at RADA, more than 90% of them depend on rain-fed agriculture. If the rain doesn't fall, they are retarded in some way or the other. So that is a challenge. And of course, the new one is the COVID pandemic. You know, a lot of lockdown in some of the communities, so labor is restricted, etc., etc. But we are happy to report that, there are solutions on the horizon. This partnership, this seminar with the private sector is one of such solutions. Private and public partnership is something that is very important to the sector. And so we recognize H&L Agro for their resilient and strong support to the Jamaican agricultural sector. Another solution is through research and development, because we are looking to improve our agricultural sector through data-driven solutions, not guess and spell, but solutions that come through data and research. Let me also recognize our highly competent extension officers that are populated throughout the 13 parishes. They are resilient also in their efforts to meet the farmers, because we have the farmers out there working. The extension officers are out there with them also. Part of the solution also that we have embarked on with our partners and stakeholders is attention to women and youth in agriculture. This is something that we are working on to help to improve our production and productivity. I will close by saying that there are some specialist areas that we are working with our partners in bolstering our Irish potato production here in Jamaica and with our local farmers. We are paying attention and details to mitigating and strengthening the resilience to climate change, pest and disease, water management, crop nutrition, land management, marketing, and very importantly, post-harvest techniques. So ladies and gentlemen, all our farmers, our partners, we extend a warm welcome to you today, that you will be attentive throughout this seminar, this workshop, and that truly at the end of the day, the knowledge that is shared will go out into the field to bring a change in our production of Irish potato. Thank you very much for your attention and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw, for your greetings and the timely reminder of the importance of our farmers, especially now in this pandemic when there is greater need for food security. We also want to thank RADA for your continued support to the farmers. We will now view a short video on the 2 new varieties being launched today. Okay, I know when people hear video, they're listening for audio, but that was really more for you to pay attention and read what was on the screen about the potatoes. However, if that wasn't enough for you, what I know is that it is said that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So the fact that we couldn't hear anything in the video what we're gonna have is a overview of the varieties by Miss Odine Bradshaw. So she will provide you with the audio, right? So let's listen in.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Morning, everyone. Okay. HNL Agro has continued its partnership with the government and continued to seek new alternatives to strengthen their trust towards food security. We have partnered with our seed supplier, AZPC. And in doing this, we looked at a few varieties to assess, to select the most suitable variety or varieties to bring to market so that we can also strengthen what is available to the farmers island-wide. In doing this, we carry out a desktop review, and also after careful consideration, we narrowed down this selection to 5 to 7 varieties. And after doing this, we take it out to the field where we actually did the field testing. In doing this, we selected the main growing regions across Jamaica that really produce our concentrate and Irish potato production. And of course, we sought to engage both persons who have experience with Irish potato and those who don't have much experience with Irish potato, so as not to have a bias in terms of the selection. We wanted to see the varieties and their susceptibility to the different disease out there, and also the different climatic conditions, and also the soil type and the greater productivity at the end of the trial. So in doing this selection, we looked at, it was narrowed down to 2 main varieties, the Memphis and the Primabelle. For the Primabelle, it is a red Irish potato. And of course, based on what is happening in the Jamaican market and in the culinary sector and consumer preference, we sought to actually select a red variety because more and more this is now becoming a popular selection amongst the consumers out there. And of course, the government is also just in approving permits for red potatoes. So we sought to bring to forth the Memphis, which will actually provide that kind of availability for local producers so that we can actually consume what we grow, or eat what we grow what we eat, as the JAS will say. For the Memphis variety, the main features are, it's a grade A table potato, very firm in terms of when it is boiled or cooked, as person will say, and it remains intact. It is very bright in terms of the skin coating, and it is red, as I stated earlier. The internal coat or internal core, that's the flesh, is yellow, and also it's a large uniform potato. It gives large uniform tubers in the shape of oval, or some of them will be somewhat elongated or long oval, as the description in the Irish potato world. Also, the Memphis has a good dry matter content. It is 16.7%, as a test by the Bureau of Standard. We actually send these samples down to the Bureau of Standard, and they validate the information by providing the report that states that the Memphis is averaging 16.7% dry matter content. Also, it has good storage ability in terms of once it is reaped and to carry out the post-harvesting activities, it will not be easily bruised. The agronomic characteristics are, the Memphis is really a medium to early maturity maturing variety. So within 65 days after planting, you will find the Memphis being ready to be harvested. Also, the Memphis provides 9 to 11 uniform tubers. That's the marketable portion. Of this, I'm sure Mr. Waits will say yes, because this means more yield per acre. And of course, the Memphis can be grown in dry condition. It is tolerant to harsh conditions and also suitable for growing in all soil types. So we're speaking about the clay loam, the sandy loam, the other bauxitic soils and so forth. It does well in these environments. This also provides good resistance to packaging, so it can be easily transported. It can be placed in a crate, and under our rough terrains, you will find that the tubers being bruised or damaged. And of course, as I said before, it stores well on a regular temperature and also for an extended period. I will now take you through the main features of the Primabel and the agronomic characteristics. Oh, sorry. Just to state, and this is important for you to note as it relates to the Memphis has good resistance, in some cases, high resistance to the common diseases locally, such as the foliage blight, the tuber blight. Most persons will call it early and late blight, as commonly called, and also the potato virus disease, also common scab, powder scab, tobacco rattle virus, and also a new disease that we are now testing. Our plant quarantine personnel are now looking out for this, and it's really the potato cyst nematode, because this has been causing a lot of problems worldwide, and also the wart disease. So we ensure that this variety has that resistance to these diseases that are affecting Irish potato worldwide. For the Primabel, the main features are it's a very attractive, bright-skinned potato. It's actually yellow in terms of the exterior, the external portion, and also the internal core, which is called the flesh, the edible portion. It's yellow in color. It produces large uniform tubers, and it is oval in shape, long oval shape in terms of how the description for Irish potato, and also the dry matter content as certified by the Bureau standard, it is 16%. And it's a grade A table potato, very firm once cooked, and it has a long shelf life, and it's very firm, as I stated, does not bruise easily. For the agronomic characteristics, the Primabelli, it is a very early maturing variety. It matures within 84 days. It tuberizes very early. So within the first 4 weeks, you'll start to find that it starts to put on the tubers. And of course, you'll find that it produces 12 to 14 uniform tubers per plant. And again, this speaks volume to the kind of yield that you will get from the variety itself. Also, it adapts to various environmental conditions, so it can be grown right across Jamaica in the main Irish potato areas, and also outside of those regions, you can also grow this variety. It is suitable for growing in all soil types, and it has good resistant packaging. And of course, what we actually look for was really the disease resistant. And of course, it is highly resistant to the foliage blight, the tuber blight, and also known as late and early blight. And also it is resistant to the potato virus, the common scab, powder scab, tobacco rattle virus and also potato cyst nematode along with the wart disease. Ladies and gentlemen, I warn for you in your next selection of Irish potato for you to take a look or make a decisive decision to select what from our three main varieties, the Spunter, the Memphis, the Primabel, all of which provides good yielding capability. And of course, as I stated, the Memphis in its own unique way provides up to 2 pounds per plant. And for the Primabel, it yields up to 2.5 to 3 pounds per plant. And this transcends into a total yield of 21,000 to 25,000 pounds per acre for the Memphis, and for the Primabel, it yields an average of 28,000 pounds to 30,000 pounds per acre. And I'm sure there are growers within our assessment design which actually exceeded those numbers. So I'm giving you the average yield that we actually saw. And worldwide, we saw where farmers push the potential of these tubers and get up to 5 to 10% more in terms of the yields that I've just stated. I would want to say, visit all our H&L locations to book your next set of Irish potato seeds to ensure that this season we will reach or exceed the 100% target that the government is now focusing on. We have done it before in the past where we went to 96% laxity. Yeah. Last year we went down to 80%. We realized that the conditions weren't that favorable. We had some drought conditions there. And of course, that's the reason why H&L Agro looked at these varieties, because it is more flexible in terms of the weather condition and the resilience of the tubers or the plant to these, the fluctuation of different climatic conditions out there. So we too would want to say thank you for listening. And again, if you need further information on these varieties, you can contact any of our H&L Agro locations or our technical team out there, the technical sales representative. We have 5 across Jamaica, and also our market development officers and the market development assistant out there. They will provide you with any information that you need. You can also call us and also visit our online platform for any additional information. Thank you all.
Thank you, Odine. In case you all missed anything that Odine mentioned about the new varieties a while ago, we're going to try showing you the video once more. So here we go with the video again. Right, so you can get your Irish potato seeds at H&L Agro, all our stores, right? So an old Irish saying states that it is easy to halve, as in cut in halves, the potato where there is love. And I don't know anybody who loves Irish potato and its production like our next presenter, Mr. Cyril Chambers. Welcome, Mr. Chambers.
Good morning to everyone here, to my fellow farmers across Jamaica.
We're happy for the rains we're having. Incidentally, first I want to thank Agro for allowing me to be a part of the program. It was a little late, and this is why I said to Mr. Grant, take 2 varieties and let us do a mid-December to a mid-January production for the next crop, which gives you the overall picture geography. And the best, for me in St. Mary, the best season is the mid-December to mid-January. So I was happy, and when I saw the 5 crates and I see one with the red skin, I said, I'm going to watch this potato, because as Mrs. Walsh will tell you, we had, coming from the days, for way back in the 80s, we were trying to do red Pontiac, guys in. We had serious problem. In those days, seeds were imported by JS, and by the time we got them January and planted February, them May, scabbing was the #1 problem. So I was happy when I read these potatoes was planted in the Valentine week, between the 14th and 18th of February. And by the 25th of March, we start to have drought. And drought didn't end until the last week of June. So it was going on, got a very good start, but I was not happy with the last 6 weeks. So I said, all right, let us try to have some seeds so that we can have some production in December. So I was pleased with the quality as displayed on the video. And the thing that impressed me, and Mrs. Wall talk about drawing matter, I myself have done some production from the 90s, trying to find out which potato we can grow here in Jamaica to do French fries. Because as a marketing person, we were bombarded. We had surplus Irish one time, Spunta, and French people wouldn't take it because them say Spunta is a water bank. So we have to import raw material for fries. So I'm happy to hear about the 16%. And it seemed to me, compared to those varieties that we did and try, which was Kennebec and Rosette Bourbon earlier on in Geisel. The next thing that I observed with these potatoes, and if we are going to do French fry, the drawback was that for us to do French fry in Jamaica, we would have to have another industry which would take the 30% waste, and that is that would be have to be part of the animal feeding, and we are importing so much feed, raw material for animal feed. I think this is the right time. But looking at these 2 varieties, we would not have 30% because of the shape. I think we would have less than 10%, and maybe somebody can have a try at it, because the shape is almost uniform at both ends, right? Unlike the other varieties that give you a big end ones and then pointed, which would, for you to get a good fry, you'd have to take off too much, right? And that was one of the drawbacks. One of the beauty, especially with the Prima bed, if you ladies want to grow a little garden near your house, it's a beautiful plant to watch between 5 and 8 weeks. You will see purple flowers, just like those orchids that this is what beautiful purple. And with the Memphis, it's purple stem. So if you plant it among the others, among Spunta, as it germinates, you will see that purple stem. right? So I'm happy if seeds are available, I would urge that we look at try to get some seeds in by mid-December. And as I've done in previous times, and as Ms. Ward mentioned it, well, we didn't have a launch on our approach on that program, but I was so enthused with the potato when I hear guys and farmers talking about 10 to 1. And currently, the Spunta is still going on from 1968 till now, but our yield is going down. And it's averaging in Guy's about 10 now. You have to take a super farmer to get 15. But when I do a trial Christmas Eve, Mrs. Walsh, 2010, 2011, and I choose 11 location island-wide, and we had 2 locations that came out. I had a yield of from 5 to 1 to 25 to 1. 5 to 1 out of Albion, 25 to 1 up Westphalia, and 25 to 1 at Kentucky. And I will give somebody a lunch in Fort Maria if they tell me what is the similarity with Westphalia and Kentucky. Temperature, but elevation. Both places are 2,000 feet above sea level. That was the contributing factor. That's why you see, although we in Geisel try so much, but the highest point in Geisel, where I live, Caranal, up to Mount Nebo, just about 1,500 feet. So this is and this is why I said technocrats in RARA, expansion of Irish potato. Don't worry if the coffee fair. Use up those lands for Irish potato. You'll the 25 and with these varieties. If Spunta give 25 to 1 up in Westphalia and Kentucky, Memphis and Primavera, really, I won't count that. It's unlimited. So happy to be here, and I wish that you have a good launch. And you mentioned the drawback to a lot of small farmers is the land preparation. Land preparation. The one bag farmers, what they do, they just get a money. Somebody send them a money and they go fark up land and put on field. The more you prepare land for Irish, the better the crop grow. So you start plow July, August, like we in Centennial, you have to start plow July, August. If you wait till now, it's a pancake right now. So in the extension line, impress on the farmers to prepare land early, which means that, as Mrs. Warren told, a potato farmer has to start planting this crop from June, July, you know. Look about the loan and it's difficult, you know. And to get the best yield, we have to prepare. So let me wish you all the best and hope that I will continue to participate in whatever Irish production program. And in my area, I should make farmers be aware of these new varieties. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Mr. Chambers. You never fail to amaze us with the wealth of knowledge that you possess about Irish potato production. And I know by the passion that you exuded a while ago, persons are now rearing and ready to try out the potatoes and are looking forward to purchasing a few bags when we bring them to market in November. I now invite Mrs. Georgia Mullings to introduce our guest speaker for the morning. Mrs. Mullings.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Madam Moderator, distinguished guests at this auspicious event, good morning. It is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce our guest speaker for today's launch, Mr. Michael Price, who is representing the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Honorable Mr. Floyd Green. Mr. Price is the Acting Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, a position he has so ably served since his appointment. He holds a master's degree in biometry from the esteemed University of Reading in the United Kingdom. He is a trained biometrician with special emphasis on research and analytical statistics. His passion and commitment to the growth and development of the agricultural industry is demonstrated through his many years of involvement and his experience at the senior policy level in the Ministry of Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our honored guest speaker, Mr. Michael Price.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mullings, and good morning all. Our moderator, Ms. Michelle Williams, Mrs. Donna Walsh, Deputy CEO of H&L Limited, Mr. Enrico Bertilind of HZPC, Mr. Denton Alvaranga, we meet again, Vice President of the JAS. He knows why I said that. Mr. Winston Shaw spoke earlier, Senior Director in Training, RADA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the audience here as well as online. Let me start off by first apologizing on behalf of the Honorable Minister, Floyd Green, who because of prior commitments in the field is unable to be with us today. He sends his regards and best wishes for the success of this launch and training exercise. This morning, we're here with H&L Agro, one of our long-standing partners in agriculture, in their launch of seeds for the two new varieties, Primavera and Memphis, into the Jamaican marketplace. Like Mrs. Donna Walsh, I have been an Irish potato I grew up in Guysville, in Irish potato, planting Irish potato, working in the fields with Irish potato. Not far from where Cyril lives. And so I've been in it a long time. And I can state that Irish potato has been a staple in Jamaica for many years. There's strong demand in the local market, as well as the tourism sector. And our estimates for the annual demand prior to COVID-19, and we'll have to reassess what is happening. It's difficult. COVID-19 situation is so fluid. But our assessments show that we were demanding between 18 and 20 million kilograms per annum. Irish potatoes is a crop that our farmers have been successfully cultivating for many years. And given the right circumstances, as Cyril just pointed out, our farmers can and they have produced at world-class levels. In 2008, recognizing the potential to substitute the quite significant quantities of Irish potato that were being imported for dairy consumption, the ministry launched the Irish Potato Production Program with a stated aim of working towards 100% self-sufficiency in the production of table potatoes. At that time, local production only accounted for approximately 30% of local consumption. The Irish Potato Program has evolved over time in partnership with the private sector, including input providers, farmers, extension support services, and marketers to have become one of the ministry's flagship programs. And since 2013, our level of self-sufficiency has now dropped below 80%, despite several weather-related and other challenges from time to time. Special commendation should be given to our farmers who, despite all the challenges, have come back every year to ensure that Jamaica does not need to import table potatoes for the majority of the year. The vision of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries is that we will reach that full self-sufficiency and start tapping into the export potential to regional countries that import most of their Irish potato needs. The partnership between the Ministry, RADA, and H&L Agro has been long-standing, and H&L Agro has played an integral role in the success of not only the Irish Potato Program, but many of the other initiatives undertaken by the Ministry. I recall earlier this year during Farmers Month the significant contribution that were made to our farmers by H&L Agro as our farmers reeled under the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Ministry wishes to reiterate its gratitude to the company for their partnership and support over the years to our farming sector. It is noted that given the restriction of COVID-19, the evaluation and testing of these new varieties that are being launched today has been carried out in 2 phases. Phase 1 that has been completed and phase 2 to be effected in the next planting season. The reports from the first phase, though affected by the drought conditions earlier this year, does show some very promising results for the varieties that we will be launching. It is based on these results that these 2 varieties have been selected along with our traditional spunter to be introduced into general production. Given my specific professional background as a research statistician, I'm hoping that phase 2 evaluation trials will be done as part of a more robust statistically designed experimental setup, collaborating with the Ministry through its Research and Development Division to allow for more robust comparability among the new and traditional varieties, as well as to identify any regional or microclimatic differences in relative performances. We at the Ministry stand ready to engage with HLN on this. Something that came out in the presentations earlier has me excited about the potential for these varieties for production of fries. We, as a country, we export in excess of 10,000 kilograms of frozen French fries for fast food as well as general usage in Jamaica. And it's an area where we see as a next step in the Irish potato industry development. Another important part of the vision of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries is to lessen our dependence on the necessity to import some critical planting materials. In the case of Irish potatoes, our dependence on seed potatoes coming out of North America and Europe has meant that some areas of country where farmers are able to plant early cannot do so because of the unavailability of seed. Last week we met with the farmers in St. Andrew, and that was a point they raised to the minister, that when they can grow Irish potato year round, but they can't get seeds year round. And it's something that we think we have to tackle as a priority. To this end, the ministry is committed to working with our partners to not only diversify the sources of imports for seed potatoes, but also, more importantly, to develop an indigenous seed production program for Irish potato. It has been piloted successfully. The St. Andrew results that Cyril spoke about were part of that pilot. And it is our hope that working with the private sector, such as you at H&L, will be able to move forward in this area so as to ensure better stability in production and, more importantly, in the stability of prices to our farmers and consumers. The ministry remains committed to work with you, our valued stakeholder, in the quest to evaluate and introduce new and improved planting materials, inputs, and techniques in our quest for increased productivity and competitiveness for our farmers, and to increase rural incomes and standards of life. As we grow the agricultural sector, I will ask H&L to continue to work with us in ensuring that as a country, we eat more of what we grow and grow more of what we eat. I wish the company and our farmers the greatest success in its new product lines and in its training program to empower farmers as we seek for increased production and productivity in the sector. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Price, for your message this morning. We are pleased to know that since the focus being given to Irish potato self-sufficiency, we have not fallen below 80%. H&L stands ready to continue its partnership with the ministry and the related agencies such as RADA and JAS as we continue on the quest to achieve 100% self-sufficiency in Irish potato production. As it was in the beginning, so it will be in the end. With that said, I will now invite Mrs. Olive Downer-Walsh with the closing remarks for the launch.
Okay, thank you again, Madam Moderator, and good morning again to everyone present in this forum and out there. I'm going to start my comments by first re-emphasizing that Hardware and Lumber and its H&L Agro business unit have been in business for over 92 years, serving our Jamaican farmers. By any stretch of the imagination, that's a long time. You don't get here by chance, you get here by being very committed to the cause, the end result, and we will continue. And Mr. Price and the other members of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, RADA, JS, or farmers, everyone, I seek your continued support and collaboration. We will get to the point where we stop hearing about anything close to $1 billion in food import bill. You mentioned, Mr. Price, about the time when we went down in production to about 30% of potatoes. And with the efforts of Cyril Chambers and everybody, we contributed to it going up to 85%. We've been up, we've been down. Our Jamaican farmers are resilient. We will continue on that path. So I want to thank you as our guest speaker for your very profound presentation, your acknowledgement of our support to the industry and to the ministry in how we work together. And yes, please be assured, even though we are very impressed with these results, we will repeat, because the continuous demonstration, seeing is believing, and we need to ensure that all our farmers have the opportunity, especially in the key production areas, to see for themselves and attest to it. It's not the first time around. We have evaluated potatoes. We have evaluated before, the Bureau of Standard endorsed it, but unfortunately, where we were as a country then, the next stage of getting the French fry, the fast food conversion didn't happen. I'm looking with optimism that we will see us getting closer to that this year. So in keeping with our recognition of that, I want to thank you for acknowledging the support and partnership that we enjoy. But in everything we give thanks, and I encourage every one of us, whatever we believe in, whoever we believe in, and I declare I believe in the Almighty God who has given us life and grace and mercies. As we thank him for the rain, we thank him for the sunshine, which creates a balance. And as we continue to thank him for his grace and mercies that have kept us this far, I want to remind our farmers, Mr. Chambers spoke about the soil type and the kind of structure we'll end up with if we don't manage it. I encourage our farmers, I implore our farmers, especially up in the Geisel area where you have the carnal, clay loam and those other soil types. With this kind of weather, which is good for production, please ensure that we emphasize proper drainage. If we're going to cut our potatoes, and in Jamaica we say we beat them, we discourage it. But if you do, we need, because we're creatures of habit. So sometimes we do our thing. Make sure that it's treated and properly heal that cut surface before we plant it. We have been there, Mr. Chambers, and done that. And we know that this good weather can also be a disastrous experience if we don't manage well. But our technical team is here and they're gonna really carry us through it. So having given God thanks, now we have the benefit. In everything, look for the positive. We could sit back, we could fold our hands and we could say, boy, this pandemic and COVID and the small gathering, we can't go out to meet our farmers. Thank God for the insight of the technologists. That we have the technology today, Cyril, we never even did have WhatsApp when we started out, right? We did have cell phone? Probably not. No, we didn't. But look at us today. Our farmers are connected. Our stakeholders are connected, and we're able to continue to raise the bar in delivering information, in serving our nation through technology. Now, we would not have had this success without the support of our Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and RADA team. So even though I know Mr. Thompson, Mr. Peter Thompson, the CEO, had to be out on engagement with the minister, if I take tails out of school, so to speak, we know that he's support and he's here in spirit and well represented, Mr. Shaw. We thank you very much for your presentation and your emphasis on research and development. Must continue, and that is why we align with world-renowned partners, because research and development is key to driving continuity and long-term sustainability. So we want to thank you for that. For Mr. Thompson and his team for making this RADA boardroom available to us, and to our IT team, thank you, Madam, for being here with us. Mr. Lux-Louise, I know you've been championing the potato thing as a leader out there with us, our farmers, and we recognize, applaud you for that, and thank you for that. There are just so many persons we want to give thanks to. Our IPP team that's working in the background to ensure that the information we present will be recorded and shared on Facebook and YouTube, so persons who are not able to link in because it looked like we maxed out the participants' access will be able to retrieve and to look at it again. We really appreciate that. Cyril, you have been my potato professor. When I started out, it's you I learned from in Guysville, Lucky Hill, and all of those regions about the potato. And we thank you for the contribution you've made at H&L Agro when we went into those communities to support the government with getting more people inspired to produce as we go along. So I want to say that. Now we have this, we are in the boardroom here projecting. We have our partners in Holland and in the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Enrico, and to our partners from Due West and Syngenta for having locked in. Our farmers, when rainfall, farmers want to go out into the field, but a number of our farmers have taken the break to join us at different locations across Jamaica. And I really want, on behalf of Hardware and Lumber, to salute our farmers again. I read an article where the Minister Green was quoted as referring to our farmers as our food heroes, or heroes. The first thing as the pandemic break was not vaccine. The health and wellness of our people, the nutritional status, and having our fresh produce is a key part of what have kept us going. Thank God we never had a crisis and had to roll in shiploads of food because of our farmer. We thank you all. The RADA parish officers, the managers and the officers in the parishes that have made themselves available and facilitate the setup of these satellite stations where we have farmers and RADA team members on location tuned into this forum: Manchester, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and St. Mary. Respect, we thank and appreciate that. And we ask that you continue to spread the word. We have other RADA parishes that have tuned in also: Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, Portland, and St. Elizabeth. We thank you all, and those parishes that not able to tune in have been supported, and we acknowledge and appreciate that just the same. Now, Mr. Price, 92 years is not an overnight, and we intend, those of us here and the rest of the H&L family, we are committed to making sure we set the stage and the legacy for another 92 years and climbing for Jamaica. We will do that with your support, right? Thank you. And with that, I do hope I have not left out any, but Ms. Bradshaw, for leading the team, the technical team, in championing these evaluation and other projects to support the information that we share with our farmers to ensure they get the best experience out of the premium products we provide. The depth of information shared in a comprehensive evaluation of these two new varieties, and it's not the first we have evaluated, we know that these are two winners. You're absolutely right, Cyril. If you have 10% waste, you're gonna have a lot from the shape of these with the uniformity that we can get. And remember, these were done under adverse conditions. And there are many others, but you know, you have to go to market slowly. It's not for the swift, it's for those that can endure. So we do it in stages, and Spunta, let me repeat, is not to be challenged. Spunta remains an outstanding variety, and we will continue through the support of our HZPC partners to bring that to market. What we're doing is complementing. Red skin, always a nice potato. It balances well when you do that dish with the potato salad and you have the yellow flesh, the white flesh, and the red skin that blends in with it in terms of the texture. But there's another variety to come that we're going to look at with even higher dry matter content, 20.4, so more to come on that. But our farmers, again, for your support, I want to let you know that for part of your resilience and our need or dependency on you to support us in Jamaica's food security, especially as we chart our way through this pandemic, H&L Agro has another offering, Mr. Price, for our farmers. We are offering discount on a wide range of products for our farmers. Vegetable seeds, pesticides, and a range of nutrition products. These are discounted up to 30%. And this offer we will make available to our farmers all the way up until the end of October. It's about how we support each other, and every dollar saved is a dollar gain on the profitability. So as we close off on this aspect of the program, I'm going to invite some persons to come up and be presented with some tokens on behalf of H&L Hardware and Lumber and H&L Agro Business Unit. But I'm encouraging everyone, remember, we've only just begun. If I could sing, I would sing it for you. But we've only just begun for this season. We're closing off now on the launch of the new varieties. But now we're gonna get into the technical aspect of the business, the crop care. This weather is good, but if we don't balance and manage and understand how to work with it, it can be disastrous. So we have to know what's available to carry it and how we're gonna do it, when we're gonna do it, and we're giving you some discount so that it will help to ensure there's no compromise on the full treatment of your crops. So please stay tuned. Our moderator will take you through as we continue on the next phase of the program to take you through the crop care. But I'm going to invite our guest speaker, Mr. Price, to come to the podium and to be presented with the package. Come, Mr. Shaw. On behalf of Hardware and Lumber, sir, for taking time out from your busy schedule and sharing such inspiring presentation. We thank you and please enjoy. All right, stay safe, everyone. We're going to also invite Mr. Shaw to accept a token on behalf of Hardware and Lumber. A little token of our appreciation for your inspirational talk and presentation and the continued collaboration. Technology and training and all that's good. Technical information. Stay tuned. Thank you. And then we have Mr. Waits. The others will come in the second segment. So we're gonna break now. Invited Mr. Waits, Potato Man, Cyril, one of the potato men. Thank you, Mr. Waits, continue the champion. The things we do behind the scene are what matter because the production comes to fruition.
Yeah, Mom, here and so.
Thank you. Mr. Denton, it's a virtual token to you. Virtual token, but the physical package will come to you. Right?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, good.
And your JAS members for the awesome work that you continue to do. And we do hope and look forward to that continued collaboration. Let's continue to turn it up. Jamaica do big things and agriculture is a big thing. Let us continue to work together. Mr. Chambers, Professor Potato, gracias. To the persons in the down rep, thank you very much. Continue to remain safe and blessed. You have transformed a lot of farmers' lives and you have contributed tremendously to Hardware and Lumber. We thank you so much. All right, remain safe.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam Moderator.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in for the first part of our session this morning. As we went through the launch of our two I invite you to stay with us as we move into part 2 of the day's proceedings, where we will take you through the Irish potato crop care and growing best practices. Okay. So welcome to the crop care segment of today's webinar. We have 4 presenters lined up to bring you some very informative presentations as we continue on our knowledge sharing activity today. We will hear from Mr. Andre Gordon, Market Development Officer for the Southern Region, who will speak to us on Irish potato production and best practices. He will be followed by Mr. Adrian Staple, Technical Sales Representative, Southwest Region, who will cover pest management. Then we will hear from Mr. Richard Grant, Market Development Officer, Northern Region, on disease management. Our final presentation will be on nutrition and nutrient management. This presentation will be done by Mr. Anthony Bailey, Technical Sales Representative on the Northeast Region. And to recap and present us with some special highlights, we will have Ms. Odine Bradshaw, Market and Business Development Manager, H&L Agro. This will immediately be followed by a question and answer session, which allows you to ask any burning questions you may have. So I would like to encourage you to make a note of your questions or type them in the chat as we go through the presentations so that you won't forget them when the Q&A session starts. I know there are 2 questions now lingering in the chat. I don't know if Mr. Gordon wants to answer those when he comes up. The first one is from a Leon Reed, and it asks if anyone knows how to reap potatoes from the ground. And the second one is, will the new varieties work on the lowland area like Colbeck, St. Catherine, as I would like to join? That's from A. Blake. So if you choose Andre, you could answer those 2, but all other questions, we will take them at the end during the Q&A section. Okay, Loretta, you asked where I can get potato seeds to purchase at any H&L Agro location. I now invite Mr. Gordon to take us through the potato production and best practices. Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Michelle. Good morning, everybody.
Are you going to answer the 2 questions before your presentation?
Yes, I'll answer the questions.
Okay.
The varieties that we just launched can be grown on the lowlands, and we have done tests to prove that. So persons who are interested in the Colbeck area or the lowlands can purchase the variety for production. For
And
the
on reaping?
how you reap potatoes? All right.
Yes.
So
Does anyone know how to reap potatoes from the ground?
all right. So the plant itself has some vegetative matter. You pull from the ground, Michelle, along. Some persons use stake in some areas just to clear the soil, or some persons have a technique that they use with their hands like this to separate the soil from around the potato. So it's an easy method of harvesting the tubers. Okay, and also the harvester that persons can also use to remove Irish from the ground also.
Okay, thank you, Andre. I believe you can now go into your presentations, and the other presenters will just follow you.
Okay.
And
thank you very much. So good morning, everybody. And my main task today is to present on some growing tips on cultivation for cultivating Irish potato. Okay, so let's look at the overview of the Irish potato. Now, the botanical name is Solanum tuberosum solanensis, which is originated in the Andes Mountain in South America. And we have 4 main varieties that have been planted in Jamaica. Now, at the top, you have the Spunta, and Spunta remains king. We have the Red Pontiac, the Sebago, and the Kennebec. Now, the Red Pontiac and the Sebago and Kennebec, to a less extent, persons don't plant that anymore. In some parts, where persons can be able to find Red Pontiac to be planted. And thus, that's why we have tried to introduce now the red variety to our portfolio. Now, there are some main growing areas in Jamaica, and these areas would include the Guysill in St. Catherine, Curran Hall in St. Mary, Christiana in Manchester, Hounslow in St. Elizabeth, Cascade in St. Anne's, and Darlaston in Westmoreland. And it's important to note that these areas are the main growing areas of Irish potato. And one of the factor is that these areas are highly elevated, and the temperature basically facilitates the growing of the Irish potato. Now, persons have a planting schedule that the persons traditionally stick to. And for example, for in Guysill, the planting period is between November and January. In Curran Hall, November to January. In Christiana, February to March. Hounslow, December to January. Cascade, December to January. And Darlaston, November to January. And Sparlings, December to January. However, based on the climatic change that we have been experiencing, persons tend to plant a bit earlier. For example, in Guysill, persons are now planting in mid-October up to late January, because we have experienced some amount of drought or climatic change, and persons are adapting to those factors. The land preparation is very important, and Mr. Cyril spoke about it in his presentation. And he mentioned about the importance of plowing your land prior to establishment. And it's very key. We want to encourage our farmers to prepare the land 1 or 3 months before you actually decide to plant. Persons should try to plow at a depth or for a depth at 12 to 20 inches. Also, we encourage the persons to apply organic manure to the soil prior to planting, or persons could resort to using our 40+ fertilizer or 433, It's an excellent source of nutrients. Actually, it helps to improve your production. Trenches should be dug at 3 to 4 inches. Sorry, chains per square, or 30 to 40 chains per acre. And this is very important. Trenches basically will take away the excess moisture or water from your soil, especially in times like now we're having a lot of rainfall. It would allow the drainage of your soil to accommodate the planting of your Irish potato. Especially the heavy clay, and Mr. Soli is mentioning heavy clay areas. Now, furrows should be cut 2 to 3 feet apart and 6 to 9 inches in depth. It's very important that we follow this stipulation because it actually provides the proper room for the development of the Irish potato. On hilly terrains, the furrow should run along the contour, not along the contour, not opposite to the not vertical to the contour. On level land, run furrow north to south so that potato can benefit from maximum sunlight. And Irish potato likes when it hits the early morning sunlight, hits that Irish potato, and they have a shine or gloss on it, and also remove the moisture from the leaves, also to prevent other fungal diseases from taking over. Cut furrows a few days before planting so as to minimize weed growth, and it's very important. We at Agro, we provide a number of herbicides that should be applied during your land preparation. And we have a number of herbicides ranging from post-emergent to pre-emergent herbicides that will take care of a number of your broadleaf or your grasses. And in our arsenal, we have the glyphosate, which is a post-emergent herbicide and should be applied at 2 to 3 teaspoons per gallon. This is a selective broad-spectrum systemic chemical. The Gramoxone, which is a post-emergent, 2 to 3 teaspoons per gallon, and a non-selective broad-spectrum contact herbicide. The Pelargola, which is a post-emergent and also a pre-emergent herbicide. It's selective herbicide. It should be applied at a 1 ml or 3.5 teaspoons per gallon. The Pilarmutrin, which is a post and also can be applied at pre-emergent also. It kills your broadleaf grasses and weeds at the 2-leaf stage, and it should be applied at 70 ml and 3.5 teaspoons. The Gaiquat, which is a post-emergent, should be applied at 2 to 3 teaspoons per gallon, and it is a contact broad-spectrum herbicide. Now, so planting material, though not promoted, persons tend to, as Ms. Watts had mentioned before, persons are creatures of habit, and farmers tend to beat the Irish potato into smaller size. And we are encouraging persons, if you're going to do that, to please pre-treat before planting. Because what you do when you beat these into different sizes, you actually increase the surface area and it can introduce different fungus or bacteria or other insects to damage that seed. Now, prepare potato seeds for planting 1 week before. You cut potato into one or 2 bits with a clean, disinfected knife. So a person should ensure that they have a disinfected knife to do the cutting. Treat bits with fungicides, allow to dry in a cool place. The application of the fungicide for treatment could be used in a dip form, and you recommend that we use the Redamil or the Amistar as a fungicide to treat your cut pieces, or for insect you could use NGO. Now, these combination of chemical actually gives the plant a good start, also protection during the germination process. Planting of potato seeds. Now, place 3 seeds in rows at 12 to 15 inches apart and cover with light soil. Now, some farmers tend to, because they plow very late, they have large clods that they used to cover the planting material. Now, this also hampers the germination of the seeds, because the seeds germinate, but they're unable to burst through that heavy soil cover. We encourage that you have light, loose soil so that the plant can emerge freely from the soil. We also encourage persons to apply a pre-emergent herbicide in the form of dual gold. Germination will occur during the 10 to 14 days after planting. And we encourage persons to mold at 4 weeks after planting, or when plants at a 12-inch height. Now, molding helps to support the root of the plant. It also gives the plant the support, also allows the plant to absorb adequate moisture. So that's the importance of molding. Some of the cultural practices a person should be embarked in is disease control, pest control, weed control, and fertilization. And the importance of these cultural practices for disease control, it should be done on a weekly basis or when necessary, so as to prevent potato from being affected by disease. Now, if left untreated, you can lose your crop. So it's very important for a person to have an effective treatment program for a disease. For your pest control, it also encourages farmers to scout your field on a daily basis during your planting season or your planting period to identify any sighting of insect and to apply necessary treatment or to remove them manually from your plants. Weed control is very important because weeds can overtake your plant. Weeds actually compete with your plant for nutrients, for light, for space, and it will also reduce your production. Fertilization is best done in furrows and buried before germination of seeds. So some person will apply the fertilizer after cutting the drills, the furrows, apply the fertilizer and cover lightly so it doesn't come in contact with the seeds when planted. Let's look at our weed management program. Weeds affect crop by reducing crop growth and yield, mainly due to competition that limits resources such as light, water, and nutrients. I mentioned that before. So these are some of the factors that weed can reduce your production. It reduces the financial value of your harvested products, either by contaminating the product or by diminishing your quality. Now, weeds also, especially with mechanical harvesting, it basically affects the machinery when using mechanical harvesting, or it actually reduces the quality of your crop. It hampers husbandry practices, especially harvesting operation, thereby increasing your cost. The effects of weeds on crop production or productivity. Now, there are several crops that weeds actually will affect, and it gives you a loss economically. Now, on the chart, there's a chart will be displayed where it shows where your yield will be reduced by some percentage if you have excess weed. Now, for example, so for cereals, it reduces your yield by 31 to 95%. For vegetables, 16 to 92%. For legumes, 16 to 88%. Cotton and sunflower, 56 to 90%. Sugarcane, 19 to 74%. Perennials, 23 to 62%. It gives you an average of 58.6%. Now, when you have weed infestation, it will reduce your crop yield by this amount of percentage. There are different types of weeds that you might come across in your cultivation or your production period. Now you have some broadleaf and you have your grasses. Now it's important as farmers to try to minimize or to reduce the effect on your crops. And one such way of reducing the effect on your crop is the application of different herbicide. For example, the dual gold is an excellent chemical. And why I say emphasize excellent? Because the dual gold actually, it kills the weed seed. I say that again, it kills the weed seeds. So it kills weed seed before germination. At the hook stage, it doesn't kill grasses, it kills the weed seed. Now, if you can control your weed population by reducing the seed, amount of seed that germinates, it's an excellent product. Actually yield you more in production. The dual gold should be applied in the case of Irish potato 14 to 21 days before sowing seed. It should be applied in reverse action. And to state why, the reverse action, you don't want to break the film of the chemicals on the surface of the soil. If you break a surface, it allows the seeds to germinate, or other grasses to germinate. They also recommend that you apply irrigation or to a wet soil. It's important because the wet or the moisture within the soil actually allows the seeds to absorb the chemical into the seed. Now, it won't affect your potato. Reason for this, because they are tubers, so they won't be affected. As a post-emergent, you apply 21 to 28 days after planting seed after germination. Same day. Okay. It can be applied the same day for Irish potato after planting. It won't affect your seeds. So dual gold, as I said before, is an excellent herbicide. The pilarbuzin, which is also a selective herbicide, it is an excellent herbicide for control. It's a pre-emergent, also a post-emergent herbicide. It controls broadleaf and grass weeds at the 3-leaf and the 6 to 8-leaf growth stages. It can also be used in other crops, as tomatoes, as potatoes, carrot, and sweet potatoes. The Fusilade is also one of our products that we have in our arsenal, and it is a good product to be used. It can be used with the pilarbuzin as a cocktail mix. It is used as a post-emergent active herbicide. It is highly selective towards broadleaf crops, grasses. It's a broad spectrum or grass root control. It is rain fast, meaning that after an hour of application, if rain should come, it will not wash the chemical from the grasses. The excellent means of control. Regulone is also the next chemical that we also recommend that persons will use. And it is important to note that it targets vine, whiteheads, watergrass, and broadleaf weeds. Now, in your Irish potato production, in some areas, you will have a heavy growth of watergrass and whiteheads. So the Regulone is an excellent chemical in controlling these. The herbicide application rate, which we try to promote at all times, we want farmers to adhere to the recommended dosage rate. We don't want farmers to overuse or underuse the chemical for effectiveness. So for example, the dual gold, which I said before, the pre-emergent and early post should be applied at 4 teaspoons to 4.5 teaspoons per gallon. Regulone, which is a post-emergent, should apply at 4 teaspoons to 4.5 teaspoons per gallon. Fusilade, which is a post-emergent, should be applied at 2 teaspoons per gallon. And the pilabusing should be applied at 2 teaspoons to a half teaspoon based on your post-emergent, pre-emergent respectively per gallon. Let me thank you very much. At this time, I'll invite Mr. Ian Staple, the technical sales representative.
Wonderful morning to everyone. Adrian Stable is the named technical sales representative for the Southwest region. It's indeed a pleasure to be here as I will be taking you through the pest management of the Irish potato. Here at Agro, we take pride in what we do, and we're very close to the farmers that has stretched right across Jamaica. And indeed, it's really a pleasure to be on this platform. Factors affecting crop productivity. There are more than one numbers of different factors that affect crops productivity. In this case, I'll be zeroing in on the Irish potato. You have pests, insect pests, disease, weeds, and nutrition. But I'll be zeroing on the insect pests. Why pests and diseases? Definitely in the environment, and I want you to walk with me, in the whole area and the ecological environment of the pests and disease, you find that they're living in their normal habitat. And as the population increase, you find that farmers tend to farm more, have that intention to increase productivity. And in so doing, it also increases the livelihood, the feeding ability of the insects, having those insects going on a feeding frenzy. So really and truly, it's really the human being stepping into the habitats of the insects and, giving them that level of wonderful feeding environment, so to speak. So you find that as we increase our production, the insects will also increase their feeding and their reproductive system. So here you have global warming, climate change, favorable conditions, modification of the natural environment, disruption of the ecological balance of a natural environment, access and availability of food, low or poor adaptability of crop species. So what I'm trying to say, in essence, is the farmers, us, we have gone into the environment of these insects and now create the opportunity for them to go on a feeding frenzy. Impacts of pests and disease on production. In this case, it threatens the food security, decrease crop and produce low quality and yield, reduction in the viability and store produce, site of injury by insect, low returns on investment. So here at Agro, we take the time out to inform farmers to pay attention to the products that are out there. We have a lot of products in our arsenal that will give you the coverage needed. What is a pest? A pest is a destructive insect or animal that attacks crops, foods, livestock, etc. And I want to pause to say that here we have different types or different classes of insects. We have 4 different classes of insects based on their mouth part. We have the cutting and chewing, the sucking and piercing. And before I go any further, as we go along, I want you to understand that for the cutting and chewing, we recommend, manufacturers recommend a stomach action, a contact from our line of insecticides. And for the sucking and piercing, it's a systemic approach. What are the major pests that affects agriculture crops in Jamaica? We have whiteflies, we have thrips, mites, beetles, weevils, caterpillars, nematodes, snails and slugs, scales, mealbugs, leaf hoppers, etc. Our weather conditions when it comes on to insects. As I said before, these insects live in a habitat that they have mastered. And in Jamaica, because of our climate conditions, the lowlands, the warm, the humid weather, you find that this system is already perfect for these insects. And when we go into production and farmers are farming without the proper approach, taking care of these crops, you're gonna cause these insects to go into a feeding frenzy. We are in a tropical environment, perfect for these insects. Weather and insect pest cycle. Normally, these insects have mastered the art, no doubt, of reproduction and eating, etc. Here on screen, you have a normal 4-cycle reproductive system of a moth. And you will look and see the amount of eggs that a moth can produce on a regular basis of its reproductive cycle. So if a farmer is not careful in taking care of his crops or his or her crops, you'll find that you'll have a serious breakout in your field. Now, from the egg stage, you find where the insect will go into a larvae. Please pull back the screen for me, please, just to explain. Into a larvae stage, and from there it feeds heavily. So this is where the farmer should ensure that they are looking and taking care of their field. It goes into a pupa stage, where it goes into a cocoon, and from there it goes into the adult, and the cycle continues. Now we have a 6-cycle stage with a whitefly, and this is one of the most destructive pests in our country, giving farmers a lot of problems, having the ability to carry the virus. So you have where, as the temperature warms, the warmer the temperature gets, it speeds up the reproductive cycle of these insects. Now, I want to go through with you on the chart that is shown on the screen, pesticide resistance evolution. And here, one of the most alarming thing in Jamaica is where farmers tend to, pay less attention to what you're doing, how they take care of their crops. And in every situation, in every field in Jamaica, you will always have an insect that has a resistance. Whatever the class of insecticides you might use, you will find that there is always a survivor. So in this screen, on the screen, you see inherited resistance and susceptibles. The screen here basically shows where when a farmer applies a chemical, there is always an insect that is left behind to tell the tales, basically. And from there, you will wipe out majority of the susceptibles, but the resistance will always be there to mate with the susceptibles, thus increasing the amount of insects, not just insect on a whole, but also increasing the resistance. And from there, you will see where if a farmer does not practice, I would call it active ingredients rotation, it's not just chemical alone, but rotating of the active ingredients, then you'll find that that farmer does not cover the field properly. Hence, you'll have a problem on his or her hand in the future. Things to note. Products are recommended based on the target pest, spectrum of control, pest mode of feeding, product mode of action, stage of maturity, and pre-harvest interval, and the novelty benefits of these products. Major pests affecting Irish potato. On screen, you will see a lot of pests: whiteflies, mites, thrips, aphids, grubs. The list goes on and on. As we go through, I'll go in more details. On screen, we have caterpillars, whiteflies, and these are some of the most destructive pests known in Jamaica. Especially, and we're talking about Irish potato here, please note. Aphids, leaf miners, mites, insect scales, you have mealybugs, nematodes, root knots, which is caused by the nematodes, just to name a few. And I also want to pause a bit at the nematodes to say that, hey, farmers have to look out for this, because you find where the nematode is in the soil and it will affect the roots. So when you're seeing a structure in your field like this that is on the screen, it's definitely a nematode attack. So for our variety, the two varieties we have are resistant to the nematode attack. So farmers, please take note that definitely having these two varieties in your field will definitely increase your production. Pest management solution. Here at H&L Agro, you know, our tagline is grow, protect, and harvest. And definitely we have a number of products in our arsenal that definitely takes care, protects, covers your field, especially here, as I repeat myself, Irish potato. So Pegasus is excellent control of whiteflies, aphids, thrips, and mites, control nymphs and adults. Translaminar and vapor, I want to take a pause on that. Translaminar is where the product has the ability to enter into the cuticle of the leaf and suspend itself right on the upper surface of the leaf, giving you a proper coverage. And vapor, because of the vapor being spread so much, then you'll have coverage over your field. And again, very important, degrades into urea. This is where the power of Pegasus, you know, stands out from the rest. It has both the control inside of the insecticide and also gives your plant urea. Pest management solution. And we're on the topic scene, we have the Pegasus. We see where the toxin affecting the respiratory process in insect also gives out urea, which helps with the green foliage of your plant. Pest management solution. Again, as I said before, in our arsenal, we have products that can be rotated, and that's why no farmers have no excuse to say they don't have any products. We have real good branded products that gives you good coverage. Here we have Match on Screen, effective on worms and young caterpillar, high selectivity on beneficial insects, so you don't have to worry about your bees being killed. Rain fast after 1 hour. No matter how hard the rain falls, you can rest assured in your home that your field is covered. Mode of action is ingestion. Pest management solution. Now, I want to zero into vertebrate, because mites is one of the most destructive insects known to man, and mites cannot be seen by the naked eyes. So many times a field is affected by mites and a farmer don't even have a clue what is going on. Here at H&L Agro, we have vertebrate, which is a powerful abamectin that basically, in its purest form, I must repeat myself and I smile when I say that, because there are a lot of generics on the market. Here you have Vertemex in its brand, the purest form, 1.8% abamectin. Definitely covers mites and leaf miners. Aptara, a very powerful product. When you go in the store, you will see a small pack of Aptara that comes up to 13 grams, mix 5 gallons of that liquid. Don't underestimate the power of this product. Aptara has the ability to wipe out all sucking insects. It can be applied to the soil as it's a soil drench. It's not a lot of chemicals out there that is active in the soil. Once chemical come in contact with the soil, it deactivates. Karate Zeon. Now, as we go along, I tend to be excited because when you think about products that we have in our arsenal, Karate Zeon is also a cut above the rest. And as I said before, I have to go back to the point where we're talking about generics and brand. Here we have a brand on screen. And so many times a farmer might think that, hey, I mean, this is a bit expensive. Yes, on the front end, but overall on the back end, definitely it works out even more. The Karate Zeon, it's very cost effective, definitely. And the Karate Zeon has that microcapsule that a farmer in the field applying this chemical. Once the farmer applies, then in the presence of sunlight, that microcapsule opens and covers the plant. It protects the farmer so you don't have that irritation of the skin. NGO. NGO is definitely a powerhouse, a force to be reckoned with. And I must say before I go any further, do not attempt to mix what I'm going to say together. The manufacturers has perfected the art of having two active ingredients in the same bottle. NGO is a powerful product. Controls sucking and chewing insect. So I must pause. I mentioned Karate Zeon before and Aptara. Now you have NGO that has both active ingredients in the same bottle. It gives strong knockdown effect. Long-lasting effects, works for a long time, reducing the number of sprays. I must pause to say, in the agricultural sector here in Jamaica, there are 18 different agricultural pests known here. NGO controls 15 of that. So when a farmer uses NGO, definitely he's covering, it's a broad spectrum, strong knockdown, as I say, control cutting and sucking. And it's very low. In terms of the application rate, as I go along, closer down to my presentation, you'll see where the application rate is very, very low. So the active ingredients in NGO. As I said before, it's very effective on the control of sucking and chewing insect. So as I would have elaborated already in majority of what you will understand in terms of NGO, just understand that it's very, very powerful. It controls 15 of the agricultural pests in Jamaica. Silicon, another powerful product that is in our arsenal. And I must repeat our tagline: grow, protect, and harvest. We take pride in what we do. And as was mentioned earlier on with our deputy CEO, it takes real, experience, scientific approach for one to be in field for 92 years. This didn't come around yesterday. I've no doubt this was before I was born. No doubt. So definitely silicon is one of our products in our arsenal that control crickets, beetles, pinworm, stink bugs, target Coleoptera species. It's foliar application. So I must pause to say foliar is where you apply it by the leaves. Long-lasting residual action. Tracer is a powerful, powerful product. New natural origin, new modern technology. Tracer is a powerful product that controls bats and other insects. Now it has the active ingredients spinosad, which is a natural substance made by the soil bacterium that can be toxic to insects. It is a mixture of two chemicals called the spinosyn A and the spinosyn D. It is used to control a wide variety of these, including thrips, leaf miners, spider mites, mosquitoes, imagine that, ants, and fruit flies and others. Spinosad has been registered for the use in pesticide by the US Environment Protection Agency in 1977. And we all know when a product is being used in the US, those are good stuff. Spinosad affects the nervous system of the insect that eats or touches it. It causes their muscle to flex uncontrollably. This leads to the paralysis and ultimately their death, typically within 1 to 2 days. Now in our arsenal also, we have, as I said before, we have some exciting products, and once farmers get to understand our portfolio, then they will know that we have everything for their needs to take care of their crops. We have products like biological insecticides, Zentari, Agro, Dipel, which is from the bacteria Bacillus thuringiensis. It controls caterpillars, pests on vegetables, fruit, nuts, row crops, and tree, etc., turf, etc., my apologies. Bacillus thuringiensis is proven to provide exceptional control of key problem pests, such as armyworm, such as armyworm, diamondback moth, larvae, lupus, fruit worms, corn borer, cabbage worms, etc. It produces toxins, proteins. When ingested, it liberated by the enzymatic activities within the host stomach, rupturing the host digestive tract. That's a dead worm. Now, deadline. As the name suggests, there's no explanation to that, but I'll elaborate a bit. Deadline is a powerful product that we have in our arsenal that controls snails and slugs from the molluscides family. Definitely, when a farmer applies Deadline in its field, the product is hard in the pot. But as the night progresses, it moves from a hard state to a gummy, soft, succulent, nice, juicy, sweet smelling for the snails and slugs. When the snails come in, they will eat of that because it's soft and juicy for them, but that's where it ends. That's their final meal. We call it the deadline. Insecticide application rate. As I mentioned before in my previous talk, these are products that are powerful. And one must understand that for you to get value for your money, you have to use products that basically love you back. We have products that are branded and there are generics on the market that after a while, when you apply these, you have to go back more frequent, thus increasing the economical value and disturbing your pocket, in other words. Now we have NGO, Match, Actara, Pegasus, Vertimec, Cartesian, Silicon, Tracer, and also the BT, Bacillus thuringiensis, which is the Dipel, Zentari, and Agri. These products can be found anywhere across the island at our locations, 5 locations, and no doubt my counterpart will tell you where, and also all the farm stores stretched throughout Jamaica. All 3 of the products. Over 300 dealers island-wide. So here you have the application rate, and please note that half teaspoon. When a farmer walks into their field and when they look at a product NGO that carries half teaspoon of the application rate per gallon, understand that it's a low dose. And that's the power of the brand. So farmers, please be advised that as you go to your farm store, ensure that products that you're using, it's branded, it's powerful, it has a low dose that gives a lot of coverage. Half teaspoon again on the Actara. 2/3 teaspoon on the Vertimec. 1 teaspoon on the Cartesian. And as you go through, you'll realize that the dose is very low. So farmers, it's indeed a pleasure of mine to be on this platform. And with pride and with great love, I say grow, protect, and harvest. Have a wonderful day.
Pleasant afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Grant, Market Development Officer, H&L Agro Northern Region. In today's presentation, I will be focusing primarily on disease management in our focus crop, Irish potato. Now, when we speak of disease management, we really speak to the different approaches or strategies that is utilized to gain control and as such to provide protection of our Irish potato crop. Now, in today's forum, when we speak of the disease, we are speaking specifically of those diseases that are caused from pathogenic microbes. Microbes that has the ability to cause harm or injury to your Irish potato crop. Now, when we use the term disease, what is it that we are really saying? In simple terminology, a disease can be defined as a deviation from normal health. Thus, pathogenic organism causing a disease has the ability to invade the tissue of your crop and as such creating severe damage that can lead to the ultimate death of your crop, and that will affect you financially as well, because you will not be able to gain the return on your investment as initially intended. When it comes on to disease, there are 4 major groups of disease-causing organisms that generally affects agricultural crops. And the 4 main groups are your Ascomycota, which is one of the largest fungal group, where typically you find a lot of your molds and mildews, and your Oomycota or your Oomycetes, which is your water molds, and a lot of your blight disease like a Phytophthora and your Fusarium causing from your Pythium is actually coming from this group. And this group of microbes is known to attack solanaceous crops. So we should really pay attention to controlling this group. Then we're looking at our Basidiomycota, where we have our smuts and rust are arising from, and a lot of these diseases affects corn. We talk about ergot and smut in corn, also coffee and so on. But remember, our focus crop is Irish potato, and yes, from time to time you do have rust affecting certain your Irish potato crop. We also have what we call our deuteromycota that results in leaf spot. So for example, your anthracnose, your botrytis, and some of our wilt, the disease actually stem from this group. Now the reality is this. Why am I telling you this? Why am I using these technical term? Is not to confuse you, but for you to understand that for you to have very good control of microbes, it is wise for you to be able to identify the disease and as such the associated microbe to select the right chemical to utilize, because despite the fact on the market there's a plethora of fungicides that will offer protection, not every fungicide has the ability to control all groups. Right? So if you can identify that microbe, it gives you the potential to select the right ingredient in addressing that fungal problem. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at some of the fungal diseases affecting Irish potato. So for example, we have our typical leaf spot, not only affecting Irish potato, but it also affects a variety of other crops such as vegetables in the field as well. Well, we also have our potato blight, such as our late blight caused by our Phytophthora infestans, and that's a very aggressive disease, and it tends to proliferate rapidly within the environment, especially where there's a temperature drop, where you have a condition where you have high fog cover or moisture within the environment. It tends to proliferate and cause extensive damages of your crop in a short time period. We also have several other diseases such as the early blight causing from Alternaria. And Alternaria has the ability to affect both your foliage, stem, and also tuber as well. Yes, and also late blight, which we touched on early on, which is caused from a Phytophthora infestans as well. A lot of farmers typically say that that they have burn, that they get fog burn or fog burn down their crop, so to speak. The primary disease that is associated with this that the farmers tend to relate to is actually your Phytophthora infestans. Phytophthora infestans also has the ability to invade your tuber, causing the tuber to rot, and it moves from the outer portion of the tuber inwards. Good. Now we also have wilts like your verticillium wilt that is also caused from a fungal microbe. This fungal microbe generally starts from the root system, affecting the root's ability to actually absorb nutrients. What it does is create severe damage to the vascular bundle. When I mean by the vascular bundle, I'm speaking specifically to your xylem and your phloem vessels within the tube. And the reality is this: if your vascular bundle is affected, it will affect the entire development of the crop, because the transport of nutrients is conveyed through these tubes that is called your vascular system, or your vascular bundle, so to speak. We also have other disease, of course, like your fusarium, which is generally caused from your fusarium microbe, which will result in wilting. We also have black stem, which is a bacterial infection that is very difficult to control. It results in the soft rot or rotting of your tuber. It is generally caused from the microbe Erwinia, right? And it is a very difficult microbe to actually control. In controlling bacterial the diseases, it's best we practice and pay a lot of focus on preventative measures or preventative control before the onset of this disease. And we look at some of those preventative measures as we move along. Yes, we also have diseases such as powdery mildew, which appears as if so much the disease that is known by a lot of farmers. We also looked at rust early on. Other diseases that do affect our tubers are diseases like black scruff, which is caused from our Rhizoctonia solani. Good. Now, as it relates to disease control, it is of great importance that we pay attention to the disease because having proper control will make the difference between you being a successful farmer, right, versus you completely losing your entire crop, so to speak. And remember, farmers, that farming is a business, is an investment. And as such, it is critically important that you pay a lot of attention and focus to production. We advise that you spray at least once weekly when we are dealing with fungal infection. And the reason being is that fungal microbes are not seen with the eye. They are microscopic, and oftentimes they lay dormant on your crop, awaiting the right climatic conditions to present itself to for damaging your crop. And oftentimes, when the signs and the symptoms of a fungal infection arises, the fungal microbe had begin working on your crop or affecting your crop 2 to 3 days early on. The inoculation process already sets in, and what you are now seeing is the resultant or the resultant factor where the signs and symptoms are now showing. So the reality is this: you need to have a robust fungicide spray program using a combination of active ingredient to give you very good control and protection of fungal microbe. Now, with that being said, I want to bring your attention to our HNL Agro portfolio, which affords you quality products that is on the cutting edge of technology. In that, a lot of our products also have what we call a novelty benefit. That's an added benefit. So yes, you may be purchasing a fungicide, but there's other added benefits to that fungicide that's help with your overall production, thus growth and development of your crop. Now let's feast our eyes on Amistar. Amistar has the active ingredient azathiostrobin. Now what is azathiostrobin? Azathiostrobin is a strombolurin, and it's one of the most effective and potent fungicide used internationally, thus on the global scale, in controlling majority of fungal diseases affecting several crops. The beauty of azathiostrobin is its broad spectrum range. It has the ability to suppress, kill, or eradicate the 4 major fungal groups that I highlighted earlier. What are these fungal groups? Your Basidiomycota, your Deuteromycota, your Oomycota, and of course your Ascomycota. And that is one of the reasons why I encourage farmers to utilize this this product within your sprayer program, because it has the ability to capture a wide spectrum range of fungal pests. It have a high environmental profile and in terms of safety, and as such, it is deemed environmentally safe. It has a PHI of 0, thus a pre-harvest interval of 0. Thus you can, thus it doesn't allow the disruption of your market, your marketing process. So to speak. It also have high resistance to washing off by rainfall. So there's no necessity per se for the utilization of an adjuvant or a sticker. And this is based upon the product's formulation, because our partners in trade or in business, Syngenta, ensure to formulate its Syngenta line of products in such a way where it gives the farmer added benefit, thus allowing the farmer to utilize the product in such a way where it is effective, but also cost effective, and thus reducing his overall expenditure. ladies and gentlemen, I assure you, utilization of Amistar as a fungicide will give you good protection. Also, we can look at other products as Sancozeb, having the active ingredients, Mancozeb, and it gives you very good control of early blight, which is a cause from your Altinera, your late blight from your Phytophthora, of course, anthracnose, septoria, leaf spot, Fusarium, dry rot, downy mildew, and of course many others. And these are some of the common diseases that tend to affect production locally. It is broad spectrum and it's a good sticking property that allows the product to adhere to the foliar leaf surface, just creating a protective barrier over the plant. And this is the sort of solution that H&L brings to the market. Now, also in our portfolio is our Ridomil Gold. Ridomil Gold. And it's a widely utilized product within the Jamaican market. It is no stranger to many farmers. It has more contact and systemic properties based on its formulation, where it contains the active ingredient mancozeb, but also the active ingredient metalaxyl. Now, the beauty of Ridomil is this ability to control water moles. So we have high levels of precipitation or rainfall, and especially you know for a fact that our rain season coincides with our Irish potato production period, and as such, it is of great importance that farmers include this product within their arsenal of product, because the metalaxyl portion of its formulation gives you good control of water mold. And as highlighted earlier, water mold is one of the most aggressive and difficult fungal microbe to actually control. So yes, it is formulated with two active ingredients, mancozeb for protection, creating a protective coating as such barrier where microbes are not able to pass through, and also the curative portion that is caused from the metalaxyl. Another beauty of Ridomil is that Ridomil is able to be utilized as a soil drench. And as you would have known, based on the formulation of pesticides, once it hit the soil, they start to readily break down. The beauty of Ridomil, the metalaxyl component, is that as a fungicide, it has the ability to penetrate the soil and get rid of such fungal microbes as your pythium, which causes damping off in seedlings. So it's highly recommended to utilize in your nurseries as well. We will also look at other products as Bravo. No, Bravo is a wonderful product, and I encourage all my listeners or our valued clients to research a bit. The active ingredient in Bravo is chlorothalonil. Now, chlorothalonil is one of those active ingredients that is used on a global scale to provide protection for the majority of the staple crops that is produced globally. When I talk about staple crop, I talk about rice, sorghum, wheat. So think about it. The amount of tons of these crops that is produced on a yearly basis to feed the world population. Chlorothalonil is one of the central active ingredients that is utilized to provide protection against a plethora of fungal microbes affecting these products. And here in Jamaica, we have chlorothalonil as the active ingredient in our branded name of the product, Bravo 720 SC. It's a suspension concentrate contact fungicide for the preventative control of a plethora of diseases in vegetables, tubers, condiments, ornamental, etc. It is long-lasting, giving you very good residual protection. It is rain fast within an hour, and as such, I highlighted there's no necessity for a adjuvant or a sticker. And last but not least, it have a broad spectrum range, right? So the reality is this: if you should combine or create a cocktail. So, for example, your Bravo plus your Ridomil. What you have done is to create a super cocktail product that has the ability to not only protect, but to also eradicate a wider spectrum of fungal microbe affecting agricultural crops. And there's a list of fungal disease that it is highly effective again, such as your botrytis, your alternaria leaf spot, your downy mildew, your ring spot, your early blight, your purple blotch, your gray leaf mold. And these are all the diseases that that affects crops within the agricultural industry. Now, I want to bring your attention to another product that I know for a fact work miracle. I want to say wonders when applied to your crop, because what this product does is that it reduces the chances of fungal infection in your crop. Now, Rivus as a fungicide is a protective or a protectant per se. It doesn't kill the fungal microbe or eradicates them as other fungus that previously spoken about. But Rivus, having the active ingredient mandipropamide, has the ability to create a barrier of its active ingredient and the cuticle between the cuticle and the under surface of the leaf, where it penetrates through the mesophyll layer or the tissue of the leaf, getting to the underside of the leaf as well, where it creates a protective barrier. So in simple speaking, it's as if you have placed your plant in a protective coating entirely, and as such fungal microbes doesn't have the ability to penetrate and as such damage the tissue of your plant. When we talk about Rivus, it's a liquid fungicide, it's highly active, has very good cuticle action. As I said, the active ingredients penetrate the cuticle barrier. It also is translaminar, and it is slow, just gradually this mandipropamide will pass through the leaf at a very slow pace. It is non-systemic, but it is translaminar, two different things. It's easy to degrade, and as such it doesn't pose a risk of environmental toxicity. It is not soil active and readily degrades. It has a very low bioaccumulation within the natural environment, and there's no risk of leaching. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't that a beautiful product? This is the type of solution that H&N Agro brings to the table. Remember, it is very low bioaccumulation. Right. It also has a greening effect that is noteworthy to highlight, that it also provides or stimulates the production of chlorophyll, causing the plant to become greener upon utilization, of course. Now, we have another product or another focus product. I call it the gentle giant of our portfolio. Small packages, but very potent and powerful, as what we Jamaicans would have normally say, little but talawa. This product that I'm about to highlight, the name of it is Score. Now, Score is a triazole, and triazoles are utilized within the agricultural industry to control a multiplicity of fungal microbe. The active ingredient in Score is diphenylconazole. It is a broad spectrum systemic fungicide that gives you good preventative and strong curative control of a wide array of fungal diseases, inclusive of powdery mildew, rust, scab, and several crops, perennial crops and annual crops, so to speak. It has excellent crop tolerance, where it also helps the plant in maintaining health, stimulating the vigor, and also it has a greening effect on your plant. And this is necessary for the plant to produce high yields and better quality produce, so to speak. The main benefit of score is that an excellent tolerance in a wide variety of crops. It has an outstanding curative efficacy that gives more flexibility. And when we speak about curative, is that the active ingredient has the, because it is systemic, has the ability to enter the cell of the plant. If the plant is affected by a fungal microbe, that the damage caused by that fungal microbe normally leads to the triggering of senescence or the production of ethylene that cause the leaves to become yellow, or what we are locally, what farmers would call the leaves becoming ripe. The active ingredients that is phenylconazole not only eradicate the fungal microbe, but also has the ability to seize the production of ethylene and as such stop the plant from becoming yellow. So this is another beautiful product from our portfolio, and I encourage every farmer to utilize this product score. And one of the combination that I often utilize is score and Amistar to create a powerful cocktail that is able to disrupt the creme cycle in your fungal microbe, giving you even better and wider control. Now I want to bring your attention to our next product. Our next product on list is Corside. Now Corside is no stranger to the agricultural world. It is one of those products that can be regarded as an old product, old in the sense that the time that it has been on the market and available to our farmers, and it is still relevant and effective to this day. And that is on the basis that Corside 2000 provides solution not only for the control of fungal infection, but also bacterial. And I must bring to your attention that fungal microbes is different from your bacterial microbes. And not every fungicide has the ability to suppress, kill, or eradicate your bacterial microbe. Corside having the active which is a copper-based active ingredient is often utilized as a bactericide. Now, bacteria may arise in production now and then. So, for example, when we look at blackleg early on, which is a cause from bacteria, one of those products that you can use in helping to suppress or controlling bacterial infection in your crop, of course, is Corside. And Corside has a wide spectrum. Its active ingredients is copper hydroxide, which gives you very good control of plant diseases such as black spot, downy mildew, grease spots, canker, brown rot, and other fungal disease. Noteworthy of Corside as well is that its copper hydroxide formulation is tolerable by many crops, and persons within the agricultural world would have known that the utilization of copper-based fungicides can lead to phytotoxicity taking place, and thus your crops losing blossom, or we call blossom fall, right? There are products on the market that doesn't allow for good tolerance of the copper-based active ingredient, but I assure you that Corside, which is a part of the H&L Agro portfolio, have good tolerance. Your crops have good tolerance for the formulation of the copper hydroxide that is evident or is presented within this product. Now, for our persons who store tubers and fruits over extended period of time, mostly for the export market, I want to bring to your attention another product. That product is called Scholar. Now, Scholar fungicide is a suspension concentrate, and it is widely used in the treatments of tubers such as yams, sweet potatoes, as well as our root tuber, our stem tuber, Irish potato as well. Its active ingredients is fludeoxonil, and it gives you very good protection of a plethora or several fungal microbe that generally affects produce in storage. So this is a part of your post-harvest management or your post-harvest disease control. When we talk about post-harvest the disease, we talk about brown rot, gray mold, rhizopus rot, blue mold, alternaria, of course, bitter rot, and your Gilbertella. So those are some of the common diseases that will affect your crop. And storage, how do we use Scala? Scala is generally used as a dip or a drench, where you create where you create a bath or a drench solution to dip your produce, where the product or the solution will coat your tubers, thus providing it with added protection for longer storage period. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with this being said, it is of great importance that I bring your attention to the application rate of the different fungicides that we have highlighted or focused on. Reason being because the utilization of for effective utilization, it is highly dependent on you and the required dosage rate that is used to control your fungal microbe. You don't want to use too much, right? Because it means that you'll be using too much of the product. No? So there's too much pesticide going into the environment, and not only that, but you actually spend it will cost you more, right? Because you are using more than the required amount. Also, you don't want to underutilize the product, where it can result in you not getting the desired or the intended result. Amistar, which is the first product that we looked at, is a teaspoon per gallon, right? And a teaspoon is 5 ml. We're looking at a rate per acre of 85 grams. For our score, it is 2 teaspoons per gallon of water, of course, and that is 10 ml to the gallon, which is equivalent to 160 ml of the product per acre. When we talk about an acre, for good coverage of an acre of land, we're looking at an average 45 gallons of water. So it's 160 ml to 45 gallons of water. Okay, Bravo is a tablespoon, which is 15 ml per gallon, and that amounts to 600 ml to the 45 gallon or to the acre. We also have our Rhythm Gold, which is 1.5 tablespoon per gallon, which is 22.5 grams per gallon of water. And on the high dosage section, that should truly amount to 1,012.5 grams per acre. And remember, I said that acre is equivalent to 45 gallons of water. Our Sancozeb is 2 to 5 tablespoons, averaging about 3.5 tablespoons per gallon of water. Per acre, 0.9 to 1.6 kilograms per acre. For our Rebus, it's a teaspoon, which is 5 ml per gallon of water. That will result in 225 ml per acre. And of course, last but not least, our Corside, which is both a fungicide and a bactericide, where we're using 4 tablespoons per gallon of water, and that is 60 grams to the gallon, and that amounts to 0.9 kg per acre. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot stress enough the importance of you having a robust and proper fungicide management, fungus management program. And I assure you, the sort of solution that we here at HNL brings to the market will give you the desired result if utilized in the right manner, as it relates to the proper application, the right dosage rate, and also time of application is of paramount importance. I encourage you, our valued clients, that you should have these products as a part of your arsenal of products that is utilized in your fungal control program. Right, so we are going to look at a brief summary
of our pest management. And I'll also include insect pests as well. So we look at insect pests and fungal pests as well. And this will be done in our crop care guide, because a part of what we do at H&L is to provide the farmer with information, because we're living in a technologically driven age, and information is necessary, because information is what you will utilize as a reference point in the decision making process. So what we at H&L affords our farmer is a crop care guide, where we formulate different crop care guide that speaks specifically to the need of the plant, thus also highlighting the different pest challenges that may arise, and outlining the solution or the necessary approaches that should be taken in addressing these pests. So let's look at our crop care guide. So what do we mean by a crop care guide? A crop care guide is really a document outlining the recommendations or the care and the management of your crops. Its benefit is that it provides information on the product use, as I highlighted earlier, provides information on pest and disease control, is a useful tool that's used as a reference guide in the decision-making process. It also helps farmers to have a more planned and organized approach to farming, which is critical, because once a farmer has a crop care guide, it outlines on a weekly basis what needs to be done, identifying the different pests and the disease, so the farmer can organize his or herself and as such our approaches to the farming activity. So let's look at a pest control guide. Right? So typical example, crop care, we will be speaking specifically now to Irish potato. So what we'll basically do is to identify the major insect pests or the pests that affects Irish potato. We'll also identify the common fungal diseases affecting Irish potato, the bacterial diseases as well as outlining the viral diseases that affect Irish potato. So let's look at some of those major insect pests that affect Irish potato. I know that Mr. Staples had touched on them early on, but let's just quickly run through them. We're looking at worms, are the larvae of our Lepidoptera species, moth and butterflies. So we look at cutworm, worm, beet armyworm, leaf worm, and pinworm, including, of course, leaf miner. We also look at pests like aphids, beetles, whitefly, ticks, tuber moth. Slugs and snails, these are not insects, they are classified as mollusks, but nonetheless, those create or cause severe damage to your crop, especially at a young or the early stage of the development. Let's now feast our eyes on the fungal diseases. Phytophthora infestant, as what we looked at early on, or Phytophthora infestans. We also looked at early blight, late blight, and plethora of other diseases. All right, good. We also look at other diseases such as gray mold, leaf spots, and so on. Another part of our crop care guide is what is to be done on a day-to-day basis. Example, at 14 days, where you should have germination taking place, and you see a young Irish potato plant emerging above ground, or should be above ground at this stage. Day one, our recommended product is to use Sancozeb, Deadline, Actara, or Match. And the reason why we recommend you to utilize this product at this stage, that one, Sancozeb broad spectrum providing you with good coverage and protective coverage, and you need to have that from an early stage. Deadline being on the basis that your young crops are more susceptible to snails and slugs at an early stage. Actara on the basis that Actara has the ability to stimulate protein synthesis within the root zone and causing a robust root development. And you really want to have that robust root in place, because once you have a well-established root
system. It will do the crop wonders where the plant will be able to feed and absorb adequate amount of nutrients. Good. And day 2, you want to use the Amistar for wide spectrum coverage, and your Revus also for protective coverage. Day 3, your Ridomil, your NGO, which has a wide spectrum as well. But look at your Ridomil, it also have both contact and systemic control. You want to look at actually weeks. So it was week 1, week 2, week 3. You also want to look at week 4, what we recommend, Bravo or Revus, and along with Silicon. At week 5, which is 42 days, from the point of germination, we recommend the use of co-side along with Vertimec or Pegasus. At week 6 or 40 days, Ridomil and Revus. At week 7, we're looking at utilization of Bravo, Cartesian, and NGO. At week 8 or 63 days, we're looking at the utilization of Ridomil and Silicon. At week 9, which is 70 days, using San Jose Score or Pegasus, of course. And at week 10, which is 77 days, Amistar and Co-side. We can move on to week 11, of course, which is 84 days, where we recommend Bravo and Match. And from here on, we'd seize all spraying. The only other spraying that is generally done is to actually get rid of the potato harm, which is that's when you apply red one, which is a herbicide. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we have outlined is a crop care program that could provide you with good guidance for your day-to-day Irish potato operation. I do hope that you have absorbed enough information, and this information will be of benefit to you, our farmers, in sharpening your skills or your approach as it relates to Irish potato cultivation. Now, complementary to pesticide side use is the wearing of your protective clothing. Now, pesticide has a toxic component, and exposure to this toxic component can result in severe health issues. And as such, you must utilize this product with a high level of responsibility for yourself and, of course, the natural environment. So we recommend using this product as prescribed, but your approach should be one that involves an integrated pest management approach, where a plethora of approaches is used, and chemical resorting to the use of chemical is normally your last approach. But as I said, utilizing pesticide, it is important that we provide protection for ourselves. Normally, pesticides enter our system via way of dermal entry, which is through the pore of our skin, also by way of inhalation, which is via the nostril or the mouth. And that is one of the reasons why when you are utilizing pesticide, you should not be smoking, you should not be eating. It is of necessity that you pay keen attention to what you are doing. Some of the protective gears are material that is provided at H&L Agro. These are our gloves, respirator, and of course our goggles. Let's highlight our respirator, our brand, our protective line of product, our Inco brand, which is a world-renowned company that provides the best protective solution as it relates to protective clothing. As it relates to the use of gloves, it is not recommended that you use a leather glove or a cloth glove, because this can readily absorb the toxic chemical. So you want to use those gloves that are made from vinyl material. Also, overall, that is utilized best for you to use those overall that is also made from vinyl material that is resistant to wetting in terms of the chemical not that are passing through the material. Also, as it relates to your goggles or your protective eyewear, you should use a protective eyewear that fully covers the entire eye. So you should desist from the wearing of your regular glasses. What you should be wearing is a goggle that protects entire coverage of the eyes, and as such doesn't allow any space to remain where the chemical can get beyond the protective eyewear or the glass. Also, as a part of our H&L portfolio, we also afford you protective footwear such as quote-unquote water boots or rubber boots. Of course, we also have another overall that is made from a very thick cloth-like material that can also be utilized on our farm. All the products that has been highlighted can be found at all our H&L Agro branches island-wide. H&L Agro at Fairview, Montego Bay, St. James, also on Main Street, Brownstone, also at 697 Spanish Town, Road, Kingston, Main Street, Mandeville, as well as Mandeville, Manchester. Good. And Southfield, St. Elizabeth, yes, and Southfield, St. Elizabeth. Okay, now I highlight early on the use of a product called Regulon, that it is the last herb, the last spray that you actually use, and this is used to desiccate the harm. What do I mean by the harm? The harm is the foliage of the crop. Now, a lot of farmers tend not to practice this. But I tell you, if you should research and look at what takes place on a global scale as it relates to Irish potato production, it's a common practice for farmers to dry down the harm or to desiccate the harm, thus getting rid of the harm of the Irish potato. And this is normally done at maturity, normally anywhere between 10 and 12 weeks. Now, reason being, Regulon is a powerful desiccant, and it once you start to drive down the harm, one, it prevents fungal microbes from the foliage to enter the tuber, thus reducing the storage ability of that tuber, and also destroying much of the store produce. So you use the Regulon in an effort to prevent this. Also, the Regulon stimulates tuber, the increase in tuber size, which is important, because once the plant is exposed to Regulon, it triggers that process where the tuber absorbs nutrients readily from the foliage, and it is stored within the tuber. Good enough. Now, what we are about to show you is a brief video of a farmer in Senton that utilizes Regulon as a part of his production program. Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on the video.
Vicinity of Harmonyville, are good days in the vicinity of Harmonyville community in the outskirts of Clement. To my right is Mr. Kirk Smith, who is a teacher and also a farmer. During his Irish potato production, I took the opportunity to give him some amount of advice as it relates to crop care. He used several of the H&L products, but what I wanted to highlight today is his use of the Regulon, which is a herbicide. It's a powerful desiccant that is used on the international market in areas of Irish potato cultivation for drying down the harm for better reaping. And the reason for that is, there's a multiplicity of reasons behind using Regulon. But I want to for Mr. Kirk Smith, which is who's hard at work, to take the liberty and explain to you his own experience and what he thinks of being directed by Mr. Grant, demonstrate how it works. Here's a tuber, cross reef. You have seen the vegetation totally dry of the middle to the stem, which is making harvesting much easier. There's no residue from the stem to the tuber. So have a solid tuber as a result. Yes, man, perfect. The beauty of the regular one as well is that it makes this tuber may have a hardness skin or the protective outer layer, and that makes harvesting way much easier. And not only that, but it also improves on the shelf life of the produce. So you know, we in the COVID period, and as such, a lot of farmers are having issues surrounding marketing their crop, and as such, storage becomes very, very important. So if there's a product that can be utilized to extend the shelf life of the tuber, it would have been of added benefit to the farmer. Not only that, but the Irish potato, as a result of using regular, they are not easily bruised, and as such, it don't create a portal entry for microbes to actually invade the potato, and as such, render it useless or unmarketable. Right? So Regulon, as one of those products, is a product that we encourage farmers to utilize in their Irish potato production. And I want to highlight another salient point as it relates to the use of Regulon. If you look around the field, you will see a uniform dry down of all of the tuber, of all of the arm and the tuber. Uniform, right? Uniform right around. So it doesn't allow the transmission of fungus from the foliage to the tuber, which is important, right? And not only that, but normally farmers would have reaped the Irish potato and leave back the arm or what we call the foliage in the field. If the foliage is actually left back, what you're actually leaving back in the field is actually food for fungal pests to actually strive. And when these fungal pests strive, they also produce spores. And the spores, the many time, lingers in the environment for an period of time, waiting for the right conditions for they to germinate and also affect the next crop. So when you can get rid of all the harm, it does one that's for your farm. It reduces the overall fungal load within the field over time. So it's a good practice, and I just want to take the opportunity to big up Mr. Smith and just say it's wonderful working with him. Mr. Smith, big up yourself now. Yes, man.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, that is the core of Regular. And I really want you, I hope you're looking at the entire field and see how clean it is. So you don't need to go back and weed anything. You can go and plant another crop, like sweet potato afterwards. Yes. Now, I will be filling in for Mr. Anthony Bailey, technical sales for the Northeastern region, but unfortunately, he is not able to be here today, and I will be assuming his position or role in today's presentation. We'll be looking at nutrition and nutrient management. Now, good nutrition management is a crucial important to your crop production, because it's by way of the availability of these nutrients that allows the plant that allows for growth and development to take place. Now, before I venture deeper into our nutrient presentation, I want to take the time out to highlight our partners in business, US, Caribbean, of course, who provide us with the solar feed line of fertilizer inclusive of your multi-feed and your liquid feed. Good. And also I want to highlight West Grain, which also provides another line of fertilizer, and our Sapphire brand of fertilizer as well. Now, in our H&L Agro portfolio, we bring to the market a brand of fertilizer that gives you not only the benefit of your regular NPK or your macronutrients, the primary macronutrients, so to speak, but a fertilizer blend that is also formulated with organic filler material, which is 100% certified organic filler material. Why is this so? And what is the benefit? What is the advantage of one utilizing our sapphire fertilizer? Now, it is packed with micronutrients and also humic acid. And these nutrients are normally absent from the conventional fertilizers that are generally found on the market. These fertilizers don't only provide nutrients for growth, but it also improves the overall condition of your soil, leading to better soil. Because as you know, as farmers, if you have a good performing soil, it will facilitate good plant development and growth. And as such, this fertilizer doesn't only focus on providing nutrients for your plant, but as well as addressing many of the soil conditions that affect plant growth. Now, it is packed with several micronutrients. When I talk about micronutrients, we talk about boron, manganese, molybdenum, copper, and also other secondary macronutrients such as calcium and zinc. These nutrients are normally absent from your regular or the usual bag of fertilizers found on the market. You may wonder as a farmer, why are these nutrients important? I can tell you, they are just as critical as your macronutrients, because if your micronutrient is absent, it affects the function of many of your macronutrients. So it's not the quantity of nutrients that the plant absorbs to a great degree. It is important, but the presence of that nutrient being there to foster the various metabolic processes within the plant, right? So also noteworthy is to highlight the presence of humic and fulvic acid in organic matter, because soils that are rich in organic matter tend to be rich in humic acid and fulvic acid, and this acid helps to hold or bind the nutrients in the soil to the soil aggregate, and also to render them available for plant uptake. New soil that is rich in organic matter have high levels of humic and fulvic acid, and as such, it reduces the process of leaching, where the nutrient is moved away or out of the reach of many of your crop plants. What does sapphire does? Because of its organic component, it prevents soil alkalinization, and I want to highlight that. What do you mean? Because when you use fertilizer, your fertilizers are acid salts. And when I talk about fertilizer here, I'm talking about your synthetic fertilizer, not those that are organic based, right? So your salts, your urea, your ammonium, phosphate, your NPK, these are really salts, and they tend to affect the pH of your soil, because many of these nutrients, the calcium carbonate is used as the carrying component or the filler material which the nutrient is binding to. Once you consistently apply nutrients to the soil over time, what will remain in the soil is the calcium carbonate, and that calcium carbonate can accumulate to a degree where it disrupts the pH of your soil. And as you would have known, where the soil becomes too alkaline, it affects the uptake of many nutrients that is vital to facilitate plant growth. And not only that, but a lot of the issues or challenges that farmers are facing out there in the agricultural world is because it relates to the consistent use of these fertilizers that will cause alkalinization of the soil, tying up soil nutrients, having micronutrient deficiency that often looks very similar to a microbial infection, right? So those nutrients will become unavailable over time. Now it also improves your soil texture and structure as well. It increases your microbial activities as well, because organic matter presents itself as a soil conditioning agent that facilitates microbial growth. And thus you want a soil that is teeming with microbes, that is alive and well, because naturally your soil is also composed of living organism that plays a critical role in your soil. It also increases the moisture holding capacity within your soil. So for example, person who cultivates on soil that really becomes dry or soil that has a high composition of sand. This is a perfect fertilizer for you to utilize, because its organic component will help to bind sand particles and also reduce the leaching of nutrients, also improving the water holding capacity of the soil. And water is critical for nutrient uptake, because without the presence of moisture or water within the soil, your plant will not be able to absorb nutrients. Here at HNL, we present you with several blends or grade of fertilizer within the Sapphire line. We have our 23, 23, 10, 20, 20, and they come in 50 pound packages as well, smaller packages for easy handling. Our traditional blend would have been your 22 plus sulfur. Now, if you look at your 2023, 10, 20, if you look at the numbers, you will realize that you get more nitrogen from your 40 plus blend. Also, you will get more, the phosphorus component from your traditional blend is absent, but it is available in the Sapphire fertilizer as well. Our Sapphire fertilizer blend is so formulated where it gives you about 1 to 3% more nutrients per bag than your regular blend of fertilizer. We also have our 18, 10, 20, or 18, 0, 18, our 18, 10, 20. We also have our other blends. We have our Nitro Plus, which also has a high composition of nitrogen, but also containing organic matter. We also have our 15, 30, 15, which is similar to the traditional blend, 14, 28, 14. But note, as I said earlier, that your Sapphire blend give you a bit more nutrients. Now, noteworthy as well is for us to highlight our 30 plus brand that falls under the Sapphire line. This formulation or package of fertilizer is void of all synthetic fertilizer. It's 100% organic matter. So person who have an interest in going totally organic, here within our HNL Agro portfolio, we have a solution that fits well to your farming practices. Our 40 plus 4, 3, 3, 3, 65 OM. Good. Now, as it relates to Irish potato, fertilizer application program, it's of necessity that your plants are properly fed. So at planting, what we recommend are the focus nutrients should be on good tuber development. So we recommend using a 15, 30, 15 because of its high phosphorus component. And as you know, phosphorus is necessary for root development. And another blend that can be used as a substitute is a 12-24 because of its high phosphorus component as well. At molding, which generally takes place about anywhere between 4 and 6 weeks. Most farmers start to do molding a little bit earlier at the 4-week stage, but you can utilize as well to stimulate good foliage growth is a sulfate of ammonia or your urea, and these are nitrogen-based fertilizer. Nitrogen facilitate foliage or vegetative growth overall. A substitute that can be utilized at this phase as well is your 18-10-20 or your 23-10-20. Reason being, because the reality is that Irish potato is a stem tuber. It's not a root tuber. It's a stem tuber, and as such, its nutrient demand is different from that of your root tuber. There are high demand for 2 main nutrients when it comes down to Irish potato production, and that is nitrogen and potassium. The need for potassium is greatest at the stage of tuberization, where it needs potassium to facilitate the development of tubers. So it is important that you give the plant a fertilizer with a high potassium base. So we recommend our 18-10-20, our 20-23-10-10, or our 18-0-18, where we have a good balance, giving you good foliage growth or maintaining foliage growth, but giving the plant the required amount of potassium that is necessary to facilitate growth. Also, what you can utilize in giving additional micronutrients, of course, is our Nutrex 20-20-20, which comprises of your macronutrients, your NPK, but as well as secondary and many of the micronutrients that is necessary to facilitate growth, right? And you can add it to your weekly spray program. So there's no need for you to apply it by itself. You can utilize it in your weekly spray program as well. And it's the recommended dosage is now an ounce per gallon of water. As ladies and gentlemen, as it relates to Irish potato production, remember the recommended blends are 12-24-24, are your 15-30-15 at planting. At molding, it is best to use a fertilizer that has a high potassium presence, and that should be balanced against your nitrogen as well. So we recommend an 18-0-18 or a 23-10-20. And also, if available, your 18-10-20, it also can be utilized. Now, let's look a bit into our completely organic blend of fertilizer. Remember, I alluded early on to a blend of fertilizer that is specially family related, where it's 100% organic fertilizer. So person within the organic industry, this is a solution for you as well. And it's certified by several world-renowned bodies that provide certification for organic-based products, such as EcoCert, OMRI, CAA, FIBL, of course, and other certification bodies. Now, what is FertiPlus fertilizer? The FertiPlus brand of fertilizer affords you fertilizer in a liquid format as well as pellets. Now, our pellets are what we call our FertiPlus 43365 OM. We also have those liquid formulation as our liquid bloom fertilizer, which is 3277, meaning that it is comprised of NPK, 3% nitrogen, 2% phosphorus, and 7% potassium. Again, a higher amount of potassium, and this is to facilitate blooming. We also have our liquid grow 30 plus fertilizer 524, and we also have our 30 plus liquid starter fertilizer, which is our 722, having a high nitrogen concentration for quick development of your plant foliage. Now, our organic fertilizer seeks to improve the well-being of our plants. Of course, both the pellet and the liquid, resulting in good yield. And as I said earlier on, for persons who heavily relies on organic fertilizers, most definitely this blend is the blend of chive, and it's a blend that is utilized by several cannabis farmers, so to speak. Our formulation includes 5-gallon bottles that are available at all our H&R Agro store island-wide. Its organic component consists of 30 to 40% organic matter, nitrogen 3 to 3.5 per percent, phosphorus 1.5 to 2 per percent, potassium 6.5 to 7 per percent, and of course other secondary macronutrients. Example, magnesium is also available, 0.4, 0.6, along with trace elements, calcium, copper, iron, manganese, sulfur, zinc, so to speak. So these blend of fertilizers don't only have your NPK fertilizer, but they also give you the added benefits of your micronutrients. And this speaks to the beauty of the product. As I highlighted earlier on, your micronutrients is just as important as your macronutrients. Good enough. We have our 40 plus 327, which is an organic fertilizer used in all crop production. They are void of saline component, thus they're low in salinity. This fertilizer does not represent any risk or burning to your plants, and is applied to all our 30 plus grades of fertilizer. They can be applied as within your drip system, as well as foliar application can be done. So our 30 plus 327, it improves the soil life, because as an organic component, it stimulates microbial activity within the soil. There's no leaching of precious minerals. It is odorless. There's less need for water. It increases resistance to stress, and it provides close growth and a compact root system. It is utilized on all vegetable types, fruit types, and of course, they can be used in the production of potatoes and other root crops. Let's look at our 524. Our 524 is formulated having 40 to 50% organic matter with a nitrogen composition of 4.8 to 5.2%, phosphorus 2 to 2.5%, potassium 4.5 to 5%, and of course our secondary macronutrients, magnesium 0.3 to 0.5, as well as our trace elements. Our 30 plus 4.25 maintains foliage growth or overall growth based upon its high nitrogen composition, and it's normally used within the development stage of the plant. So it's an organic fertilizer used in all crops. It has very low salinity, and it does not represent any risk of burning to any plants. Right? Our 524 improves soil life, is odorless, addresses issues surrounding stress in your plant. It also provides good compact root the development and can be utilized on a plethora of crops that is widely cultivated locally. Yes, let's look at our 722 fertilizer consisting of 50.7% organic matter. Its amino acid component is 16 to 18%, and as such, it is very good in terms of giving you quick foliage development growth, because as you know, amino acids are the building blocks for cellular growth, or vegetative growth. So to speak, it has a 6% nitrogen composition, as well as a 22.2% phosphate composition. Your 722 fertilizer is recommended for use in the initial stage of development of your crop, and it is used as highlighted early on all crop type. Doesn't pose any risk of burning or disrupt the natural ecological balance. So to speak, it's 100% organic, and it's highly recommended for utilization in the organic industry. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, persons who have an interest in utilizing organic fertilizers, right here at H&L Agro, we provide you in the fertilizers which are widely utilized on a global scale. It ensures good start for your plants, improve soil life, no leaching, odorless, less water needed, and deal with stress as well. Great. Okay, our 30 plus amino acids that is highly concentrated with amino acids. We have 22% amino acid, which is highly absorbable. We have also organic carbon, which is 15%, fulvic acid, 1% fulvic acid. And as I highlighted earlier, the presence of fulvic acid allows for greater nutrient absorption because of the available of nutrients within the soil. Its total nitrogen composition is 3 to 7%. Great. Now, amino acids, as you know, is produced in all living beings and plants, and they are the building up of protein, and as such are usually referred to as the building blocks for protein formation, and they are necessary for the formation of plant tissue, thus facilitating growth and the development. Our liquid organic fertilizer amino acid have the lowest percentage of chlorine salt and ash content in the world as an amino acid. These amino acids are extracted from pharmaceutical process, resulting in strict control and a clean process. Thus, there's no impurity within the product. The advantage of using your amino acid is that it gives the crop an extra energy boost during the growth phase. It is highly absorbable, thus you will have a high nutrient uptake. Of course, thus this will result in increased production and also improving the overall quality of the crop, and it protects the crop, gives the crop the ability to protect itself against abiotic stress. The recommended application rate is 5 to 10 liters, which is 150 to 300 liters of water per hectare. If it's being applied in irrigation, it's 10 to 50 liters per hectare, which is generally recommended to use 2 weeks application, and you would have applied thoroughly. For horticulture or food side application, it's 100 to 200 liters per hectare per 2 to 3 weeks. Apply the product thoroughly with a minimum dilution of 1 to 20. As it relates our recommendation relating to our to the use of our 40+ amino acid, it is advisable to use it in a period when the crops needs a physiological stimulus. Thus, it needs to boost. So the start of vegetative cycle of the plant as soon as it has sufficient leaf mass for pre-flowering and petal falling phase, and of course at the point of fruit development. Amino acid is also recommended if the crop is exposed to unfavorable conditions such as extreme cold or drought or wind affecting the development of the crop. Your amino acid can be used as a boost to boosting growth and giving the plant that good start it needs and the ability to resist the stress factors that may be affecting it. As I said here early on, your 40+ liquid fertilizers can be utilized within your drip system application as well as it can be foliarly applied. Good. So let's look a bit at our 40+ 43365 OM. As I highlighted earlier, it's 100% organic matter, void of impurities, and doesn't contain any microbe that normally strive in organic matter, so to speak, right? So the dry matter content or the average dry matter composition of your 30+ 43365 OM is 88%. Think about that, 88% with a maximum of 12% moisture being a part of the product. Its organic matter is 65%, and that breaks down to containing 20% humic and fulvic acid. Total nitrogen is 4.2. As it relates to your nitrogen, your organic nitrogen composite division is 3.5%, and your ammonium composite division, and ammonium is also a nitrogen-based component. It consists of about 0.7%. Your phosphorus is 3%, your potassium 2.8%, your calcium is 9%, and of course, last but not least, your magnesium is 1%. So it consists of several nutrients, inclusive of your micronutrient that is always present within your organic matter. Now, how does it benefit the soil? Using organic component, it reduces leaching, facilitate microbial activities within the soil. Also helps the soil to hold more water or moisture, and the presence of moisture, as I said earlier, is necessary for the absorption of nutrients to take place. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into our soil feed nutrition line of products, or soil feed nutrition line of products. Now, I've worked extensively with soil feed, and I've seen the results, and I can tell you this: the results are phenomenal. Soil feed is a brand of fertilizer that is soluble, give you granular soluble fertilizer that readily dissolves in water. It also comprises of your other granular soluble fertilizer that is used as foliar application and also your liquid feed fertilizers as well that is utilized to address nutrient deficiency if they should or as they rise. So our solar feed fertilizer normally comes in 5 different grades. Those grades are our development, which is composed of 20% nitrogen, 30% phosphorus, 10% potassium, along with your magnesium and your sulfur, as well as your development fertilizer consisting of 12% nitrogen, 20% phosphorus, 30% magnesium, 30% potassium, as well as your presence of your magnesium and sulfur as well. They also have another blend, which is your ripening blend that is generally used at the phase of ripening of your fruits, which is your 10% nitrogen, 10% phosphorus, and 40% potassium, and also having the presence of sulfur. Now, also we have our nursery formulation, our nursery blend, which is 12% nitrogen, 60% phosphorus for good root development, 0% potassium, and also a plethora of microelements or micronutrients. Now, these fertilizer or solar feed fertilizer comes as a part of our solar feed fertilizer program. Our solar feed fertilizer program is one that is so family-related, where it actually tells you your weekly application of the different solar feed blends. Is very easy to use, and it is something that many farmers, especially our greenhouse farmers, has been utilizing. I tell you farmers, once you start to use the solar feed blend of fertilizer, you will see severe improvement and higher yields in your crop production. Now, I also want to speak specifically to our foliar line, which is called our multi-feed. Now, speaking directly to potato production, we do have our multi-feed potato fertilizer. It's a soluble fertilizer that is applied to the potato foliage. So it's what we call a nutritional complement that is composed of macronutrients, as macronutrients does our primary elements as well as our secondary macronutrients, and this helps to stimulate growth and overall production of your potato crops. So this is another formulation that we are encouraging our farmers to utilize in their Irish potato production. Good. So we are going to look at our liquid feed formulation. Now, our liquid feed formulation, we have various liquid feed formulation. So for example, we have our liquid feed humic and fulvic acid. As what I highlighted earlier, just to reiterate, our liquid feed fulvic and humic acid, once you apply it to your soil, it helps with having greater availability of nutrients within the root zone of your plant. Thus, your plant have greater access to the different nutrients available within the soil. It also reduces the occurrence of leaching, because fulvic and humic acid helps to bind your nutrients to your soil aggregate and not such keep them within the root zone, rendering them available to, for uptake by your plant roots. Your fulvic and humic acid is a part of your liquid solar feed fertilizer line, and they are liquid suspension concentrate. We have humic and fulvic acid, as well as amino acids, as well as your calcium boron, which is necessary in the production of Irish potato. So your K phosphate or your potassium phosphide that also helps with suppressing a lot of fungal microbes as well as your phosphorus, your magnesium, potassium, and zinc. So we have several blends of our liquid feed fertilizers. They come in 1 liter formulation, and they are available at all our H&M Agro stores island-wide. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in and listening to this presentation.
Thank you, Richard, for such an in-depth presentation. We will now move into our Q&A segment. I don't know if you'll be joined by other members of your team as we field the questions from the chat. The first question we have is from Kristen. I'm not sure if Kristen is still on, but the question is there currently any market available for these new varieties, the Memphis and Primabel in Jamaica?
Of course, most definitely, the Irish potato demand locally as a staple crop is extremely high. As highlighted earlier on, we're looking at the ability of market for potatoes to be utilized in the fries industry. Apart from that, we do have the consumption of potato in mash are utilized in various dishes. And it is this demand that has led the government to implement the Irish potato program in an effort to facilitate production locally. So most definitely there is a market for Irish potato locally. And it's a lucrative investment if done well. Thank you.
Okay, the second question is from Camille, who asked, what pest or disease in particular affects Irish potato?
So there are several pests that affect Irish potato. So in terms of common pests that you will find, insect pests affecting Irish potato are your larvae, which is normally your moth or your butterfly larvae. So we talk about cutworms, we will talk about beak armyworms, several pinworms, of course. We also have grubs, and grubs are normally present inside that have a high organic component. And the grub is actually the larvae of a beetle, and it damages the Irish potato tuber in the larval stage. But in the stage of being a beetle, it will emerge above ground and affect the foliage as well. So those are just some of the insects apart from aphids, mites, and whitefly, leaf miners, and thrips. Now, as it relates to right. I hope I have adequately answered that question.
Okay, you are the only one who will be fielding questions today, or your team will support? Anyhow, the other question is a general one. A number of persons have asked, and I want to tell you that you can put your email in the chat, and we'll be willing to share with you the information such as the literature on the new varieties and the crop care guides that you have all been requesting. Another question in the chat is, will the seeds be available for the February crop or just for the fall season?
So the seed will also be available for our February crop. February.
Yeah, man, I was gonna answer that one, Richard. And the next question is in relation to the price. What I can say in relation to the price is that it will be introduced at a price that is less than what you are used to for Spunta as introductory prices. And we expect to have the first shipments of Memphis and Primabel in November. The next question from the chat, can we mix NGO and silicon?
Or can we mix NGO
and silicon?
Oh, well,
your potato crop care.
Well, despite the fact that our Syngenta products are very much compatible with each other, it's not a recommendation for you to mix your silicon and your NGO, right? On the basis that NGO has a very wide or broad spectrum and would have given you the control that you need. What we recommend is for you to utilize the products that are part of a sprayer program, where this week you are using NGO, then next week you can go in and utilize your Celecran. Right.
So in a sense, you're telling the audience that you'd use it in rotation in part of the integrated pest management plan. Chazelle is asking a two-part question. What can be used to treat potato weevil and potato borers? And the second part of the question, can a cocktail with Amistar, Sancozeb, and Vertimec be used on my potato?
Okay, great. So let me first address because it's a two-part question. Let me address the first part. As it relates to weevils, right? Weevils. You can utilize Celecran and NGO and also Actara in the control of weevils. For borers, that is actually in the soil affecting the tuber underground. What we recommend is the utilization of Actara as a soil drench, because Actara has the ability to remain active within the soil for some period before degradation sets in. So the recommended product for dealing with soil-borne insect pests, such as growth and certain beetles, is for you to utilize Actara. And NGO also can be utilized as well on the basis that it does contain thiamethoxam, which is the active ingredient in Actara. Thank you. Oh, the second part. The second part relating to the formulation of a cocktail. Cocktail containing Sancozeb, Amistar, and what was the other one? Sancozeb, Amistar, and Vertimec.
Yes, you are correct.
Sancozeb, Amistar, and Vertimec. Yes, it can be done, but ideally, it can be done, but ideally, it is best to utilize these programs. You can mix a fungicide and an insecticide. When we look at Amistar as a fungicide, it offers you extremely broad spectrum in terms of fungal control. You can mix an Amistar and a Vertimec, so an insecticide and a fungicide. But ideally, it would have not been best for you to include Sancozeb within that mix, right? So what you can do, as I said earlier, is to utilize these products in rotation. And I can guarantee to you, our crop care guide will outline the products that can be utilized in your sprayer program. And those will be available at all our H&R Agro branches. And I will be giving our valued clients our address and contact information where they can contact us and we can send them the crop care guide, of course. Thank you.
Okay, following on from Chazelle, we have another question. Will any of the planting material from the trials conducted in February be established in plots this season?
Yes, most definitely. Most definitely.
Okay.
We will be expanding. We are in the process of, well, we have identified some areas already, and we are now in the process of expanding this.
Okay. So the next question is from an anonymous attendee. Are Irish potato seeds available in small quantities or packets suitable for a backyard gardener?
Well, as it relates to the package, they come inside it about 55 pounds.
25 kg, yes.
25 kg bag, which is 50 pounds. Of course. No, these are the standard packages. And we don't have them available in smaller sizes. The reality of this is that once you have briefed the package, I mean, there are serious issues, marketing issues to contend with, so to speak, right?
Okay. Does the new varieties grow well in soil in the Clarendon area?
Yes, most definitely. We had demonstration plots in Clarendon and also adjoining parishes, and the results that we have are very good, and as such we know definitely that the varieties will strive well in the different parishes under local climatic conditions, of course.
Okay, thank you. Virtue is asking, which one of the fertilizers we use to start the planting of Irish potato seeds?
So as it relates to fertilizer, at start you want to use something that have a high amount of phosphorus. So a 15, 30, 15 is recommended at planting, and the purpose of that is to stimulate or to provide enough phosphorus for good root development, because the focus at starting initially is to have a very robust root development taking place for facilitating the absorption of nutrients that will foster good foliage growth. Right. Also, the 12, 24, 24 can be utilized as well. So your 15, 30, 15, or 12, 24, 24 can be utilized.
Okay, we have another question from an anonymous sender. So what happens to our bees if the insecticide kills a wide range of insects? That's part one. Part two, how do we protect them from seeing that bees are so important in farming?
Good. So many of our products at H&L is offers low toxicity. Not only that, but also timing of application is a critical component. Normally, when we talk about affecting bees, is normally at the flowering stage. And if you look at our crop care guide, how it is outlined, those products that are generally utilized at that stage of flowering, because flowering is where the bees generally attracted to the plant, will not affect many of our beneficial insects. We also have other products that can be utilized, products such as our BTs containing Bacillus thuringiensis, as well Bacillus thuringiensis, another subspecies. So yes, we have several options that can be utilized on our farm.
Okay, and the questions keep coming in. Romeo Lancelot is asking, how as small farmers are we able to get technical assistance from H&L Agro?
Okay, well, great. A major part of what we do at H&L Agro is to assist or to facilitate the development of our farmers by way of training, consultation services, which comes entirely free to our farmers. Whether you have shopped with us at H&L as yet, or you are a new client that have an interest in the products that is available at H&L. We, as it relates to the coverage of the island, we have our technical sales rep that also has the technical information to guide farmers, as well as our market development officer, myself, Richard Grant, that operates within the northern region, as well as Mr. Andre Garden, who operates within the southern region. We also have our market development assistants as well, who works along with us as our as market development officers. We also in store, we have our branch managers and a technical and competent team that has the relevant information. So once a farmer steps into H&L Agro with any queries, I can assure you we have the information at hand to actually assist that farmer, of course.
Okay.
And Michelle, just to add, you can call us via, or you can send us an email or a WhatsApp message, and we will respond as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Well, let us see if we can move quicker with the questions so we can wrap up by 2. The next question is from John Mark. Last year, H&L Agro was getting underway with an Irish potato loan program for farmers in Dobson, Holyville. However, this program fell through. Is there any consideration for this program again?
That's a very good question. As it relates to that program, with all honesty, what we'll have to do is to really take that person, contact, seek
information and then address that concern.
All right, so Jay Lindsay is asking, are all the 40 plus nutrients certified for use in organic production? If so, which body certifies these products?
Yes, all our organic products are certified by several international bodies who operate within the organic market or space, so to speak. These are like OMRI, which is known globally. There's one called FIBL, which I think is out of Europe. There's another one from Germany, Japan as well. We also have EcoCert. We also have CAAE, and there's a plethora. Not all the names of these companies are coming directly to my head, but I directly did the research and also to pull down on the certification documents. But you know, for a person who may have a concern, feel free to reach out to us at HNL and we can present you with the different certifications that accompany these pro products. Thank you.
Okay, Virtue is asking how much bags of fertilizer can be used to plant 14 of the 50-pound bags of potato.
14 of the 50-pound bags, 14?
Yes, how many bags of fertilizer can be used to plant out the 14 of the 50-pound bags? They're asking cost also, but we would like to...
About 700 pounds we'll be looking at on average.
Okay.
I mean, split applications of course. So that would have been 2 applications of 350 and then another 350.
Okay.
But planting and not more.
All right. Chazelle is asking, why doesn't HNL incorporate 2 or 3 of the pesticides into one product, creating an affordable cocktail, an affordable product instead of us needing to create a cocktail?
Okay, great. Now, we can make recommendation for the use of 3 products. So the recommended products are NGO, and that's based on its wide spectrum range, as well as Pegasus, because pest doesn't develop resistance to its active ingredient, difenthurian, which is urea based. So that is a plus, and it's wise to use Pegasus in your insect pest resistance program. Another product can be utilized in your BTs or tracer.
Following up on that, Chazelle is asking, is Primabel variety a F1C?
Yes. Say that again, Michelle. If Primabel is a what? An F1, a first generation, yes it is.
Does Primabel and Memphis grow well in Spanish Town?
Yes, they will do good in Spanish Town because we are seeing them growing on low-lying areas. Bernard Lodge should be the preferred location. Bernard Lodge would have been a preferred location for the production of Irish potatoes.
Are the new varieties French fry or table potato?
With table potatoes. All right, with potential, of course, to be utilized within the French fry industry, and that is based upon the dry matter content. Right.
Chazelle has a lot of questions. Thank you, Chazelle. Claude Nelson is asking, given the importance of soil moisture, how can a farmer who doesn't have the necessary instrument going check soil moisture? So I think they want to know soil moisture and
check the soil moisture. But if you don't have the necessary instrument, we'll have to most definitely rely on our sense of touch. So what we have to rely on our sense of touch. You know, in school, what we used to do in terms of differentiating different soil type is to a part of that is feeling the different soil granules or texture
right? And that to a great degree will determine the soil type as well as if it does have moisture, you can feel the moisture, right? Not only that, but also soil that having moisture, right? It can be squeezed and form a clump or clod within the hand as well. But I also like to add that person that may suffer from inadequate irrigation, you can practice mulching as a measure to provide moisture to your crops.
Thank you, Richard. I believe, okay, the follow-up to that question, how about the humidity? How will that affect potato growth?
Humidity? Well, as it relates to humidity, humidity will affect Irish potato production. As you go to higher elevation, the higher the moisture composition or content within the atmosphere. Now, that in and itself can lead to adverse effect where it will foster microbial development. So you will need to really implement a very robust fungal management program as well. But moisture is always important for the absorption of nutrients, and it also helps to in the regulation of temperature. And Irish potato is a cold crop, and there's a necessity for 10 degrees different in terms of temperature drop to foster proper development of your Irish. And that is the reason why Mr. Cyril Chambers has highlighted earlier that in those areas we have very high altitudes, you get such he gets up to 25 bags to 1, which is a record yield.
All right, thank you. We have been going strong and having a long day, and right now I want to invite Mr. Dean Bradshaw to do the recap. Ms. Bradshaw?
Okay, Miss Michelle Williams. I'm not Miss Bradshaw, obviously, but as we are now as a team, the H&L compliments you see right here, Madam Moderator, we really want to truly, as a member of the H&L family, say our appreciation to you for the very smooth, effective, and eloquent way in which you have moderated this entire program and kept the attention of the audience, the interactivity. We do appreciate that. To our technical team, who are always out there in the field, observing protocols, but engaging nonetheless with our farmers who are out there supporting the business and the other stakeholders. So you heard it from us. We have a complement of strong, technically sound persons with experience and knowledge. And you heard from Andre Anderson, one of our market development. Andre Gordon, you must be wondering, Michelle. Andre Gordon, our market development officer. Richard Grant, our market development officer. There you go, Andre, let's see your hand. Andre Gordon, let's see your hand. And of course, our technical sales rep, Adrian Staple, and our market and business development manager, Odin Bradshaw, that presented the varieties and championed the whole evaluation process along with other things. And this is what we are about, the team approach, the collaboration, and the engagement and dissemination of information. Mr. Cyril Chambers, we appreciate you being here with us. And as always, over the years, the decades of contribution that you've been making to Jamaica agriculture, not just from your field, but to impact all the farmers and even our wealth of knowledge that we do. We want to thank all the participants for your attention to the end and your questions. And we look forward to hearing from you. We look forward to interacting with you, seeing you in the stores. Remember, we have, if you're busy and you're really apprehensive, we have a curbside pickup. So you can WhatsApp in your order And then you can drive up into our parking lot and we'll take your goods out there for you. Or you're welcome to visit our store and shop as you choose. And we have our online facility also. So we look forward to you not just continuing with the Spunta, which undisputedly is an extremely good variety, but to complement it with these two varieties, which we are really going to find good yields for your profitability and consumer appeal and acceptance is going to make it rewarding for you. So we all want to thank everyone, or rather partners here in the room and out in the satellite locations for having joined and supported us, our partners everywhere. With that, we say a big thank you and please remain safe and blessed. Thank you. Real farmers, real growth. Thank you, Michelle. Over to you. Thanks, everyone. And do remember our Ears Week special. It goes on until the end of October, and those are special deals for both our end users and also our resellers out in trade. Do take advantage of this special from HNL Agro.
All right. Thank you, team. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program today. I trust you will have increased your knowledge. We are here to support you. You can contact the HNL Agro team. We are available island-wide through our technical team. I want to wish you a happy rest of day, a happy weekend. Stay safe, bear your protocols in mind, and stay healthy and sane. Have a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Take care.